Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Looking at the Vileplume who has lost the ability to fight, and looking at the Eevee on the opposite side who is still full of fighting spirit. Erica also gave a wry smile. This Eevee is obviously beyond the standard of normal's Eevee. For normal, an Eevee of Arthur's level should have evolved a long time ago. But Arthur's Eevee still maintains its original appearance. Erica knew that either Arthur didn't know what to evolve into, or he didn't know what to evolve into at all. Don't want to evolve, in this regard Erica has nothing to say. Whether to evolve or not is Arthur's own business. And it seems that even if he does not evolve, he is still very powerful. Now I'm looking forward to your 643 performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Erica said with a smile. Thank you, but the current me is not enough. Arthur smiled non-committally. Even if it was Alakazam who had a high-level gym, he didn't think he would be able to win the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although the Indigo Plateau Conference is the famous Baby Cup, the difficulty is considered low among many legs. But every year the champions, there will be a few Pokémon of the Song Gymnasium level. There are even rumors that Professor Oak participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference that year. And the original Professor Oak used elite-level Pokémon. And Yulondu was also the Quartz Conference champion 6 years ago. At that time, he only used Dragonite and won all the victories. It is precisely because of this that Yulondu has such a resounding reputation in the Kanto region. Arthur at this time is naturally not as good as Yulondu back then. After all, Yulondu was almost 20 years old at that time. And his Dragonite was also cultivated from a young age. However, Arthur is confident that as long as he gives himself time, sooner or later he will be able to surpass these legends, and then create himself into a legend. This is the rainbow badge, it's yours. Then Erica took out another badge and handed it to Arthur. Thank you. Arthur took the badge and now he has 5 badges. After that he just needs to defeat Koga and Blaine. As for Giovanni's Takua badge, well, is this a father-son game? When the trip is over, you can go find Lucamine. Think about it, there is something beautiful. You're welcome, you deserve it, Erica smiled and said. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Arthur froze for a moment, was a little curious. Why did Erica exchange contact information with him? Seeing his potential and making friends early. A girl like Erica should have seen a man who is not inferior to her, or even better than her. When he returned to the hotel, he saw Cynthia waiting at the door of his room and welcomed her in. Arthur was also stunned at this, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Such a thing would definitely do him more good than harm. By doing this, some people would focus on him. Just kidding. The strength that Arthur has shown now is indeed very good, but he has not yet turned his potential into strength. Looking at the packaged perfume, Cynthia was taken aback. Perfume, it's such a familiar and unfamiliar vocabulary. She seems to have never been exposed to this kind of thing since she was a child. Arthur didn't hesitate too much, and after directly exchanging contact information with Erica, he said goodbye to each other and went to the Pokémon Center. Arthur was also speechless and he said angrily, so, in this way will I be remembered by the people of Alliance. After all, the person who can be remembered so much by the new champion of Sinnoh is either a notorious bounty hunter or a saboteur. Threat to world stability. Could it be that he fell in love with his prosperous beauty? Looking at the back of Arthur leaving, a strange color flashed in Erica's eyes. He really is a mystery normal boy, Eevee Gabite. Who is stronger than normal Eevee? And who discovered the beginning of the ceremony for the first time? She is now very curious about Arthur. Sister Yu didn't directly reply to Arthur's question, but took a bite of the ice cream showing a satisfied look. And finally tasted it again. By the way, this is for you. Suddenly, Arthur found a bottle of perfume in his backpack and handed it to Cynthia. Zero point 2 There is no doubt that she is a woman. And she is also a very beautiful and feminine woman. But in terms of personal maintenance, Cynthia is different from ordinary women. She never wears makeup. The only decoration is the bun on her head. It was specially worn to commemorate the friendship with Garchomp. As for other Cynthias, it was always not temple. Only then did she think about replying to Arthur. Didn't you tell me before that you were in Rainbow City? I just happened to be coming here too. So I found out your whereabouts after a little inquiring. Although I am not the champion of Kanto region but here. To do that there is still no problem. Sinnoh champion will solace and pay attention to a trainer who is still on the road. And befriend him. Hey, how did you find me here? In Arthur's room under Cynthia's scorching gaze. Arthur took out a box of ice cream and asked. Not necessarily, Cynthia showed a mysterious smile. Although no one says Cynthia is a tomb, Cynthia herself does not feel like a woman in many ways. I like to read books and I am quite quiet when I am at home. But Cynthia also knows that she is different from other ordinary girls. Arthur is sending her perfume now. And this is the first time Cynthia has received such a present. After a little hesitation, she still took the perfume and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Arthur nodded slightly, and then showed a look of embarrassment. Well, I Gible. Just evolved before. And now I need to learn some powerful attack skills. You will think of me at this time. Cynthia gave Arthur an angry look, and then perhaps felt that her words were too ambiguous. So she changed the subject and said, "Release the little guy and show me, come out Gabite." Arthur didn't hesitate and released Gabite directly. Cynthia looked around at Gabite carefully, compared to before. It has grown a lot after a period of time after its evolution. Its strength will enter a period of rapid growth. You have to seize the opportunity. As for skills. When Cynthia spoke later, she hesitated to speak. 3 boxes of ice cream in huge tubs. Arthur said hastily, Cynthia said that she just wanted an ice cream at the beginning. After all, Gible is also her Garchomp's disciple now. Even if she didn't talk about biting land sharks, she was willing to teach Gabite. And Garchomp told her that it felt that Gible was very kind, like a normal family member, which made Cynthia wonder whether the origin of Arthur's Gible was the same as that of her own Garchomp. So where did Arthur get this Gible? However, these things are not particularly important now. Ice cream is the most important thing. Arthur actually offered 3 boxes of ice cream in one breath. Is she so easy to give in to Cynthia? So Cynthia said directly 10 boxes when she said this. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. Would she open her mouth like a lion this time? Arthur frowned. It wasn't that he was reluctant to make 10 boxes of ice cream, but that if he made too many, he would not be qualified. How could he let him raise the price in the future in this way? Arthur and Cynthia also successfully ended the PY transaction between the two parties. Letting Cynthia's Garchomp teach your Pokémon is something money can't do. But isn't your own ice cream if the previous Black Stone? The legendary Pokémon was acceptable. Then the current Black Stone is simply a joke. If other people see that the majestic Sinnoh champion has such a side, I'm afraid they will be shocked and suspicious of life. And let the Sinnoh champion coach his own Pokémon. All he needs is ice cream, this kind of slot. Normal people don't know what to do, how to spit funny. Craftsmen, aren't they worth much? Even if Cynthia spends money, can she buy ice cream like her own, however? Your Gible's growth rate is faster than I imagined. Originally, I thought it would take at least 3 months for you to evolve. After even if you let them wear Dragon Gem and Earth Gem. This absorption rate is also the same. There are restrictions, but I never thought that you would complete it in a month. Well, Cynthia then said again. Even Arthur suspected that even the legendary Pokémon of the dragon family would have a hard time resisting the captivate of this mysterious black cloth. Well, 5 boxes, that's fine too. Cynthia reluctantly agreed. If Cynthia will buy dozens of boxes of ice cream in the future. Wouldn't it be inflation? The heart of defense is indispensable. My own black stone is obviously of great benefit to the dragon Pokémon. The energy inside is very pure, which is much faster than allowing Pokémon to absorb the energy in gems. In addition, the solar charge device existence. The help that black stone can provide Arthur is huge. Against the Rockets, Arthur raised his eyebrows. You are Sinnoh's new champion. So it's only natural for Help Alliance to deal with the Rockets. Right. Cynthia's Garchomp, there's no reason not to like it. Even if he knew that the possibility that Cynthia would do such a thing was hardly 1%. Originally, I plan to go back tomorrow after Rainbow University is over. But if I want to teach Gible, I can stay for a few more days. But I can't delay too long after all. I'm going back to take over Sinnoh's champion soon. Cynthia sighed softly. He breathed a sigh of relief. You can't stay in the Kanto region for too long. Or you may be pulled by the Kanto Alliance to be a strong man against the Rockets. Really? Arthur smiled noncommittally. It was impossible for him to say anything about his mysterious black stone. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for an automatic subscription, please. Today I sent an 80 necklace to my PT. I have nothing to say. It would be better if it was 150. By the way, when are you going back to Sinnoh region? Arthur asked again. 5 boxes, I can't say anymore. Arthur said after thinking about it. Hearing Arthur's question, Cynthia lazily stretched her waist on the sofa, showed her beautiful lines to the fullest, then chuckled and said, sometimes in this world, there is not only black and white, it's just white. You have to remember this. Some things are beyond your control, and there is no need to control them. Don't believe what others say. I am the champion of Alliance. But I am only the champion of Sinnoh, not the champion of the overall Alliance. And the Rockets can't affect the Sinnoh region. What's more, Sinnoh region also has other evil organizations. But I hate Pokémon hunters more than evil organizations. I seem to have heard that the Sinnoh region has the largest number of Pokémon hunters. Arthur nodded knowingly. World-renowned Pokémon hunters like Hunter J are all from the Sinnoh region. Hearing Arthur's words, Cynthia's face turned dark. Obviously, she was also very upset about this matter. After she decided to go back, she must attack those Pokémon hunters. As for the effect, Cynthia was not very pleased. There are expectations, after all. Who bought those Pokémon after they were poached by Pokémon hunters? Isn't it the rich people at the top of the Alliance? Even if they are not high-level people, are rich people. And the Alliance will protect them. Thinking of these, Cynthia's mood is not very good. You don't seem to dislike the Rockets. Arthur then asked cautiously, where is there any right and wrong in the adult world? Cynthia rolled her eyes at Arthur. This is not something you can touch now. All you have to do is to improve your strength. After a pause, she added, if you really don't understand something, you can come and consult me, okay? Arthur spread his hands. And after continuing to chat for a while, Cynthia also left with a box of ice cream satisfied. In order to prevent the ice cream from melting, she deliberately releases her own ice Pokémon to keep the ice cream frozen. Looking at Bing Pokémon's skillful movements, Arthur felt sorry for Bing Pokémon for 3 seconds. It seems that Cynthia did not let him do such things. There are actually more than 6 main Pokémon in Cynthia. Garchomp has become her representative Pokémon. Spiritomb, Milotic, Togekiss, Lucario, Ice Pokémon, and Roserade all have the strength of a champion or elite. As for other Pokémon, Cynthia also has them. But they are basically the main force made up of the above-mentioned ones. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. Arthur doesn't even have the main lineup yet, so he's considering waiting for a while to train a few more Pokémon. However, this may take a long time, and it may even be that after I go to Alola region, I have to ask Venusaur's willingness and wait until I have won the championship of the Shiying Conference. Cynthia, Sinnoh's new champion, is not as famous in the Kanto region as she imagined. After all, she just became the champion, and she is not the champion of the Kanto region. They also think that Yulongdu's strength will definitely not be inferior to Cynthia. Like Eevee Vulpix Gabitan Squirtle, it will obviously take a long time before they can fully grow up. Cynthia's efficiency is very high, since it is said to help exercise Gabite by herself. Help exercise Gabite by herself. Isn't there still more than half an hour? I went to other places to exercise Pokémon before. Arthur said, slightly tired after all. Things like Volcarona, Jengarand, Aerodactyl are shady. Hugging Cynthia's thighs is good. However, this is also an extremely powerful skill. Arthur was still worried about where to let Gabite learn the Dragon Star group. In the original book, Ash's Gible learned the Dragon Star group, but he forgot where he learned it. It's just that skills like Dragon Star group cannot be practiced in the city. And if they have not mastered a certain level, they cannot be used in actual combat. Not to mention that it is difficult to target rival. Even if they attack the wrong target, they will cause trouble, come out in huge trouble. It can be said that Dragon Star group is one of the rare forbidden spells in the Pokémon game. Arthur, you're finally here. At the gate of Rainbow University, Gary couldn't help complaining when he saw Arthur. He had been waiting for Arthur here, and even made 2 phone calls to urge him. On the other hand, the mustard professor has many crowds. After all, he is one of the best archaeologists in the world. Naturally, the Department of Archaeology is also indispensable in Rainbow University. Knowing that Professor Mustard is going to give lectures, they also come to attend the lectures one after another. Did you still practice Pokémon before? You are very similar to a friend of mine, Zhao Zhao Zhao. Gary was also speechlesser enough. Arthur is also a training freak after that. He didn't say much, and directly led Arthur into Rainbow University. As for the other Pokémon, Venusaur has actually been developed, and after that, it needs a lot of training over the years and the accumulation of natural resources and treasures. Traveling with Arthur, the contrary, reduces the time for exercise. Arthur has also decided that if he finds a new Pokémon to cultivate, he will send Venusaur to Lucamine first. I didn't expect Kale Professor to be so popular. The largest classroom in Rainbow University was also full of people today, and countless people chose to sit on the steps and aisles to listen to the lecture. On Arthur's side, Gary and his sister took up seats early, but they grabbed a seat, and beside him happened to be Cynthia teacher. I don't know why, but now Arthur likes to call Cynthia teacher now and then. And every time he calls it, he will feel an inexplicable excitement. But every time Cynthia calls it himself, he will look at him with a half smile. There are still many people who are interested in Pokémon archaeology. Not to mention, some time ago, traces of living ancient Pokémon were discovered in Dasha Valley. This also makes archaeology more people pay attention. This time, people who came here have a lot of people from Alliance. They want to hear Grandma's opinion on this matter. Cynthia said meaningfully, but it's okay for Alliance to ask Kazalan Professor about this kind of thing. Arthur asked his own confusion. It was just that Cynthia was greeted with a smile and shook her head. 780 obviously. For Arthur's question, is there any secret that Arthur doesn't know? And Gary was also speechless at the side. Judging from Arthur's appearance, he seemed to have a good relationship with the champion of Cynthia. Do you want to be so exaggerated as far as he knows? Cynthia hasn't had much time since she came to the Kanto region. Right. I haven't heard that Cynthia has such a good relationship with any man before. Cynthia's defeated generals, nonsense. If you have the Abolitigo and try to contact Cynthia, people who are too weak are too embarrassed to contact Cynthia. If they are strong, they will be pulled by Cynthia to fight again. When the time comes, I will guarantee that you will be immortal. It is a strange thing to be able to have a good relationship with Cynthia. However, there are more people here. It's still just making up for the number. Immediately afterwards, Cynthia glanced around the scene and said in a deep voice. Some people around Cynthia also heard her words, but they all know Cynthia's identity, CDDA. And they can't be offended, they can't be offended. They just want to mess with their qualifications. And they have also listened to the lectures of Kale Professor Up. There's no need to argue with Cynthia, Miss Cynthia. After I heard that there is still someone who can challenge you. Gary seemed to have remembered something. And asked Cynthia. He was very curious about who this quota belonged to. And if possible, also wanted to challenge Cynthia. Although the current Cynthia's strength should not be comparable to his grandfather. But he is the youngest champion after all. And he still has strength. He has also watched Cynthia's battle video. And he is indeed very strong. Being able to fight against such a champion is also what Gary pursues. No, Cynthia smiled and shook her head and said, I don't know who made this rumors. But the champion will not easily accept the challenge of others. There is one thing she didn't say, that is. The challenges here are too boring. And even in Cynthia's heart, they don't have Arthur to give them novelty. Even if Arthur's current strength is not enough. Cynthia is very optimistic about Arthur's future. If it is difficult to find a rival in the future, then he can cultivate one himself, let alone. Cynthia also doesn't feel that Dugukyu is defeated now. She is just very optimistic about Arthur's future. Although Cynthia can't teach Arthur's Pokémon, she can also observe them, even from her point of view. These Pokémon have extremely strong talents. As long as nothing happens to Arthur, Arthur is destined to be a strong man in the future. That's it, Gary showed a look of disappointment. But he also understood how it could be so easy to challenge for the championship. That is a champion, don't you want to be strict? What everyone didn't expect was that when Professor Kale had finished his lecture and they were about to leave, someone stopped them and pointed at Cynthia and said, Champion Sinnoh, I want to challenge you, challenge me. Cynthia showed a slight smile. If it was normal, she might consider accepting it, even if she might find it boring. After all, Cynthia's temper is really 813. If those who often fight her can think so, but now. The other party's arrogancias, if I challenge you, is to think highly of Yao, but it makes Cynthia unhappy. A dangerous gleam flashed in her eyes. And then she set her sights on Arthur. He pointed to Arthur beside him and said, But the premise is that you defeat FTA first, me. Arthur was a little confused. But it wasn't that he was afraid of the other party. Academic trainers like them are actually despised by the travel school. How can Pokémon improve quickly without traveling? Of course, the academics also look down on the travelers, thinking they are all illiterate. Although the other party was much older than himself, it looked like he had never traveled before. And Arthur was confident in fighting the other party. What didn't you call me, teacher? Now that teacher is being challenged. You should accept the challenge for teacher first, right? Cynthia said with a playful smile. The corner of Arthur's mouth twitched when he heard this. For some reason, he felt that Cynthia seemed to know other meanings of the title of teacher. In this world, a teacher is just a teacher, without those extra meanings, but since Cynthia said so, Arthur also showed a smile. Okay, then let me be his rival. The man frowned, obviously looking down on Arthur. Yes, it's him as long as you defeat him. I will accept your challenge, Cynthia said with affirmative tone. Looking at his appearance, he looks like a commoner. As a commoner, he is not qualified to fight me, Shuraflock. But since you are the champion of Sinnoh, then I will reluctantly fight him, said the young man with a disdainful look at Arthur. It seems to be saying, it is your honor to fight with me. Commoner Sheriff. Arthur raised his brows. These are really two uncomfortable names. He really wanted to say, I killed all the heirs of your Huruf family and now you, a collateral member of Huruf, dare to jump in front of me. You probably didn't, did you? Would others be afraid of Sheriff? Would he be afraid? If it was someone else, he might have been really bluffed. But Arthur was different. He just said lightly, oh. It's the one who was attacked by the rockets at the headquarters not long ago. Hyluff, who broke through and even killed the president. Sheriff Lodge is rage in an instant, damn it face. The headquarters was breached by the rockets, and the chairman and heir were killed. This is a great shame for the entire Shilluff group and the Shilluff family. Of course, for Huruf Lodge himself, this is a good thing. Their status has been improved. But he has a brain twitch to challenge Cynthia. Now the patriarch and heir of the Huruf family are all up in the air. As long as he performed well in the battle with the champion of Sinnoh, even if he lost the battle, he would be able to gain points in the fight for the heir. Seeing Arthur's appearance, the corners of Cynthia's eyes showed a slight smile, and she knew that Arthur would not be afraid even if he faced the Sheriff family. If he knew the opponent's name and dared not fight, then it might end up being nothing. Are Pokémon fighting? Then let me be the referee, okay? The rules of the game are 1v1. The number of Pokémon used by both sides is 3. How? Although she doesn't know why, Cynthia proposes Arthur to fight Huruf Lodge instead. Like this kind of battle, even if Cynthia refuses to accept it, no one will say anything. And they are not afraid of the Huruf groups. Although he thinks 3v3 is absolutely necessary, 1v1 is much simpler and faster and he can easily crush rival. No problems. Arthur knew that Kazalan Professor was speaking for himself. Today I will let you see how powerful my old lady is. Kazalan Professor is also very optimistic about Arthur's potential. But he seems to be from a commoner background. And rashly offending the Shilluff group is not a good thing for Arthur. Eevee was furious instantly. Is this looking down on them, Eevee? When he saw that Huruflok's Heracross was only elite and high level, he was actually somewhat surprised. After all, there are less than 6 Pokémon that I can take out to fight in a fair manner. So 3v3 is the best choice. Go Heracross. Sheriff Lodge also threw a Pokémon ball. And when he saw Arthur's Pokémon, he also showed a slight sneer. Common people are common people. Pokémon like Eevee we are all raised as pets. Unless they evolve, he won't even be qualified to fight. But since Cynthia saw the mustard professor, although Curious didn't say much, and instead took the initiative to play the role of referee. I don't have a problem either. Shuraflock over there pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. At the same time, Eevee on Gary's shoulder is also upset. Who are you looking down on? Didn't you see that in the hands of many elite champions? There are our evolution forms as the main Pokémon. Asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets. Asking for automatic subscriptions, please, towel. But it seems that to me, there is no difference between 1v1 and 1v3. Like the commoner Pokémon, I can easily defeat 3 of the opponent's Pokémon with 1 Pokémon. Then let me show you how powerful the Eevee you look down upon. Arthur sneered. Give him a flame vortex to warm up first. Asking for flowers, 0. This is a member of the Shilluff family, and he is so much older than himself. He vowed to challenge Cynthia before. But the Pokémon you released is this, after all. The champion will not accept Solaceon's challenge. But why should Arthur fight instead of himself? You're the first one, Arthur said, patting Eevee on his shoulder directly. The scorching flame was spit out by Eevee, as if it had a life of its own normal, and instantly surrounded Heracross. Heracross use / Shuraflock also said calmly. But it's just a mere flame vortex. Can it still turn the world upside down? Pokémon like Eevee. He didn't want to use it when he was 10 years old. What he didn't know was that some people who knew about Eevee looked at Eevee in amazement. This Eevee was not normal, they had never heard of it. Eevee could learn the flame vortex, however. It is normal for a theoretical Pokémon like Eevee to learn any skills theoretically. It's just that they haven't seen it before. 657. After all, there are very few people who have trained Eevee to this level. Many people choose to evolve Eevee after their strength is about the same. This, even Cynthia, is no exception. And this Eevee's flame is not at all like the flame vortex used by the normal type Pokémon. However, what Shuraflock didn't expect was that although his Heracross slashed and was surrounded by the flame vortex, his hands were also burned red by the flame of the flame vortex. After all, no matter how good Heracross is, it's just a bug-type Pokémon. Fire Fang, however. When Heracross was surrounded by the flame vortex and destroyed the flame vortex, Eevee had already arrived in front of it with its small body. Heracross did not find Eevee at the first-time trail. By the time Heracross found out, it was too late. Eevee's small canines were bursting with flames, and he bit Heracross's shoulder with one bite, causing huge damage in an instant. If you are only at this level and want to challenge Cynthia, then you are a bit overconfident. Looking at the Heracross who has lost the ability to fight, Arthur said lightly, Heracross's talent is not bad and has the potential of elite, which is already quite a good Pokémon for normal Pokémon. Although Arthur's Pokémon seem to start with elite potential, but you must know that he has traveled outside for so long. And in the wild, he has never seen a few Pokémon with elite potential. Otherwise, the world would have been full of champions long ago. And elite would be inferior to dogs for people like Arthur. It can only be said that luck is really good, for example. There is a Pokémon with elite potential among Earl Dervish's 3 royal families. Obviously, Arthur's luck is quite good, of course. The luckier one is Dandy's kind, the champion-level Charizard, which is really not something that normal people can have. Although Eevee can also restrain Blastoise, wouldn't it be good to use Venusaur at this time? Gym beginners Blastoise ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets, ask for automatic subscriptions. Please, isn't he very talented? Cynthia stared at Arthur closely. He is very talented. Even his Gabite has a talent comparable to Garchomp. And that Eevee is not what it seems on the surface, so simple. Such people should not be buried. And they should not be looked down upon by some self-righteous people. Is it being led badly, or is it letting go of yourself? That's it, okay, Kazalan Professor suddenly asked. Hearing Arthur's words, Cynthia's mouth showed a slight smile. Even when facing people from the Sheriff family, Arthur could still face them calmly and even sneered. That said, it's really commendable, B********D. Hurruff Lodge glared at Arthur. He never expected that a commoner would defeat his own Heracross. And he was still powerless to fight back, I don't know why. But the Mustard Professor feels that after Cynthia came to the Kanto region, her personality seems to have undergone some changes. You must know that before. Cynthia would never say such words, of course if possible. Arthur said that he would also like to have such a Charizard. I really didn't see the wrong person. No matter how upset the opponent, Ish will treat him gently. At most, it is just crushing rival on the battlefield. But he still released his second Pokémon 4. 8 is simply unacceptable as expected. Heracross is too weak. And when I become the heir of the Hurruff group, I have to get some excellent Pokémon in 10 minutes. Seeing this Pokémon, Arthur's eyes lit up. Turtle. I have one too. But unfortunately my own Pokémon hasn't evolved yet. So he hesitated a little and said, Eevee, come back first. That Heracross is pretty good. But it just followed the wrong trainer. And there are quite a few Pokémon like Heracross. Suddenly Cynthia said in a faint tone. For Pokémon, Cynthia is definitely true love. She can also see that the intimacy between Hurruff Lodge and Heracross is not very high. It can be seen that Hurruff Lodge is not particularly interested in Heracross. People, it is a strange thing to be an excellent trainer. I don't know what she is talking about. Come out, Venusaur. Arthur's Piquet ball was thrown, and Venusaur's figure also appeared on the battlefield. When Blastoise and Venusaur saw each other, a gleam of light flashed in their eyes. Rival turned out to be Venusaur Blast, and they must not lose to each other. There is no doubt that this is a relationship of strong rivals, even if the two Pokémon do not know each other or meet each other. But the feeling of strong rivals imprinted in their genes makes them regard each other as strong rivals. Team battles can be lost, but the opponent must die. HMPH, it's just a commoner level Venusaur. It's the same as the Usangia. And there are differences between them. Hurruff Lodge snorted coldly. It took a lot of effort for his own Blastoise to get out of the way. But elsewhere, it is said that its parents are elite-level Pokémon, hee. There is no distinction between ordinary people and nobles among Pokémon. Arthur chuckled, although he usually pays attention to the talent of Pokémon when choosing Pokémon. If Pokémon's talent is not good, his normal will not choose. But if you let a Flash Ralts with elite talent stand in front of you, would you subdue it? Of course it will. It doesn't matter if you only have elite talents or ordinary talents. What's more, there is no way to improve Pokémon's talent. As long as you are willing to spend money and spend a lot of natural materials and treasures, you may not be able to improve the Pokémon's potential and make Pokémon grow beyond talent. As long as you have enough love for Pokémon, then you will not dislike other people's talents, of course. The premise is that you have to love this Pokémon enough, and your financial resources are enough for you to love this Pokémon. Arthur will not subdue the Pokémon he doesn't like. This is also responsible for himself and Pokémon. Otherwise, what is the difference from the protagonist Xiaohao, who is called the protagonist, but is actually a Pokémon hunter? He will not despise any Pokémon, Venusaur sunny day. At the beginning, Arthur is ready to control the weather. Bana accompanied by Venusaur's low cry. The weather instantly became hotter, and the sun and the soaring in the sky seemed to grow bigger. Blastoise, we use praying for rain. Huraflock over there said with a soft snort. This scene caused some people around to shake their heads helplessly. If Blastoise used praying rain before, there was still a chance to control the weather, but now Blastoise takes it away to control it, after all. The site itself is sunny, and there is not much moisture in the air. In addition, Venusaur was the first to use it, sunny day. Unless Blastoise is a Pokémon like Dragonair that is specially used to control the weather. Otherwise, Blastoise can't control the weather at all. As expected, after the rain prayer was activated, only a few dark clouds gathered in the soaring in the sky. And after a few light rain fell, the dark clouds were dispersed by the scorching sun, and the sky returned to sunny the contest condition. Although compared with the previous sunny day when it first appeared, the sunlight has been restrained, but it is still strong. Venusaur used Sunshine Flame. A smile appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth. He had long wanted to try the scene of constantly using Sunshine Blaze to rival. Then try to make your Pokémon stronger, and then go to fight Arthur. This is the first regular battle after the evolution of Venusaur. And rival is Huraflock against person he hates. Arthur also wants to experience the thrill of rival in seconds. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. As the dust surrounding Blastoise gradually dissipated, Blastoise's injured body also appeared in front of everyone. Although he was not instantly killed, the injury was serious. Arthur cultivates Pokémon very fast, but he is not slow. Even my grandfather said that my talent on breeder Pokémon is very good. Stop it, use the hydro pump, Shruflock says hastily. Just before Blastoise's hydro pump exits, Arthur not only evolved Bulbasaur into Venusaur, but also became extremely powerful. Although my own Squirtle has also evolved into a Blastoise, but it has just evolved not long ago in terms of strength. I am afraid it is not as good as the one in Huruf Lodge. Gary was a little silent when he heard the words surpassed. Yes. The stamens on Venusaur's back had already gathered the sun's rays, and then turned into a beam of light, rushing towards Blastoise on the opposite side with lightning speed. Gary couldn't help swallowing when he saw this scene. The damned guy has become stronger again, let Blast, who is still preparing for the hydro pump, explode in an instant, looking at Blastoise's appearance. Wouldn't it be a second? But he knows that Arthur's Venusaur received the Earl Dervish Pokémon from Alliance. And it's only been 3 months. Seemingly seeing what his younger brother was thinking, Daisy Oak patted Gary on the shoulder and said as a trainer, "It is precisely because I see rival is strong that I want to surpass him." The huge beam of energy bombarded Blastoise's body, and the ground rolled up dust and smoke, covering Blastoise's huge body. What's the point if you don't target Arthur? Seeing Blastoise's appearance, some people who knew about Pokémon battles shook their heads helplessly. The Blastoise who was hit by Arthur's Venusaur from the front with the sun's flames, but still standing strongly, suffered a little injury. Obviously, this Blastoise is not weak. If it were another water-type Pokémon, I'm afraid it would have lost its fighting ability long ago. However, Huraflock's commanding ability is really bad. Under sunny conditions, he foolishly asked Blastoise to compete with Venusaur to snatch the weather. After that, he failed to compete for the weather. Although the effect of sunny day was weakened, he also missed it opportunity to attack Venusaur. Afterwards, Venusaur used the Sunshine Flame, and his energy was almost saved. You just asked Blastoise to use the Hydro Pump. How could it be too late? Unless your Blastoise is far stronger than Venusaur. Then it can be done, trash. Seeing Blastoise's appearance, Heraflock cursed secretly, and then said loudly, Blastoise use Earthquake, calm. Blastoise stood up agonand, then began to stomp her feet, and the ground began to tremble crazily in an instant. Give the opponent the final blow. Arthur had already opened his mouth at this time, and the sun flames came out. The difference from before is that this time the sun flames are obviously much stronger than before. It can be seen that Venusaur has been there before accumulate the energy of the sun and flames. Venusaur endured Earthquake's damage and aimed the sun flame directly at Blast, and the huge beam of light covered Blastoise's body again. This time Blastoise was no longer as strong as before. Her turtle shell landed on the ground, and her eyes were circled, as if she had lost her ability to fight. This Sheriff Lodge was dumbfounded. If the first time was an exception, then now. I haven't challenged Cynthia yet, but now 2 Pokémon have been defeated by Arthur. Even his disciples can't be defeated, and he still wants to challenge his true deity. Isn't this embarrassing? The Shilla family will not have such a disgraceful heir with obvious bad deeds. Do you still want to fight? Arthur asked playfully with his hands in his trouser pockets. The previous attention seems to have been in vain. B********D, Heruf Lodge glared at Arthur, then turned around and left without even looking at Blast, who had lost his fighting ability. Don't go, Arthur said in a cold voice at this time. And the most important thing is that after losing the battle, Heruf Lodge wanted to leave directly regardless of the Pokémon's situation, without looking at the Pokémon's situation, and took it back into the Pokémon ball. What do you mean? I don't want to fight, can't I do it? Heruf Lodge looked back at Arthur coldly. After I go back, I must investigate this B*******D carefully. Cynthia can't kill it by herself, so why can't I get rid of this kid in front of me? At this moment, his face is not very good looking. After all, Heruf Lodge is still a student of their school. It is okay to say that Pokémon lost to an ordinary trainer. After all, he is a disciple of Cynthia. To become a disciple of Cynthia, he must not be a normal character, student Heruflock. I think it is necessary for you to take Blastoise for treatment. At this time, the principal of Rainbow University also came out and said, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. Let him watch his Pokémon being killed one by one, so that he can vent his hatred. Even though in many people's minds Pokémon is just a tool, but they can't show it in public. Not to mention that this is still a school, and there are so many people watching. Original scumbags like Heruf Lodge were not eligible to enter Rainbow University. However, the other party's surname was Heruf, and the Heruf Group's annual sponsorship to Rainbow University was also huge, which also gave them some special characteristics. Heruf Lodge is obviously such a person for the recruited quota. His eyes were full of killing intent. It was unreasonable that such a commoner should not allow him to leave. Once such a thing is exposed, it will definitely be said that Rainbow University will not teach students. If he doesn't make a sound, maybe he will also be unlucky together. Many people at the scene came from other places to listen to the lectures given by the Kazalan professor. Heruf Lodge glanced at Cynthiathan at his principal, feeling even more furious in his heart. Normally, the principal would not bother him, and he is not afraid of any principal, as long as he does not make mistakes. But now, he had to be obedient, but that would make him ashamed. It's a pity that the Rockets can't call Enamori otherwise. Let the Rockets take action to kill this damn kid. At this moment, Sheriff Lodge is undoubtedly discrediting Rainbow University. You are usually a scumbag, keep a low profile. And everyone will look better, but now you are ashamed and thrown out of the Kanto region. So as the principal also needs to stand up. Came out 3 super tons. Of course it's okay if you don't want to fight. But as a Pokémon trainer, you need to take your injured Pokémon for treatment. This is your duty as a Pokémon trainer. Cynthia also came out and said at this time, unwillingly. Huruf Lodge took Blastoise back and left without even looking at everyone. What a shame, he has never been so humiliated in his life. Most importantly, there was a commoner on the opposite side who he looked down upon, which made Shiravlak even more upset. Watching his leaving back, Arthur pouted. Is this battle over? But such a person is really not worthy of being a Pokémon trainer. And his Pokémon is quite pitiful. You may have to be more careful in the future. That guy may find someone to deal with you at this time. Cynthia came over and said meaningfully, after all, there are rumors that the Rockets were supported by the Shiluf group at the beginning. Of this is not a rumor but a fact. But Arthur still said, since you have already guessed such a thing, why do you want me to participate? After all, we are also friends, right? I am unlucky, what good is your 370? Maybe you can do a lot of things with money. You can hire a lot of evil organizations and Pokémon hunters to attack yourself. But Arthur is not really afraid of these things, to be honest. Not to mention his secret Pokémon, which are enough for him to deal with many dangers. Even Cynthia herself. Arthur also believes that this woman definitely did not deliberately deceive him. If you are threatened, maybe because you are afraid, you can always come to Sinnoh region to find me. Cynthia squinted her eyes slightly. So that you can always make ice for Mupe. Well, you Cynthia, you cheated me so much because of this. Because of ice cream you even learned how to cheat people. He sighed lightly and said, don't worry. I will never hide in Sinnoh. Oh. Cynthia looked at Arthur with a little surprise. Among the current main Pokémon of this guy, Alakazam is the most powerful. But Alakazam doesn't seem to be trained as a fighting Pokémon. Is there something Arthur doesn't know's whole card? Thinking of this, a hint of cunning flashed in Cynthia's eyes. If this is the case, then there is no need to do what she wants to do. Others would be afraid of the Huruf group, but she, Cynthia, would not be afraid, not to mention. It was just a collateral branch of the Huruf family. According to Cynthia, even her Garchomp was already a Garchomp when she first learned the skill of Dragon Star Group. And it took almost a year after that to completely master the skill of Dragon Star Group. So that skill's no longer randomly bomb, I'll go first. Then Arthur nodded to Cynthia and Gary. Also turned and left such a Gible. Even if he didn't reach Arthur's quasi-god level. There must be a champion. This is also within the scope of Arthur's understanding. After all, the Dragon Star Group can be said to be the ultimate move of the Dragon Pokémon. And even most Dragon Pokémon want to learn it. But they can't learn it. Arthur didn't know what Cynthia was thinking if he knew. He would definitely complain about Cynthia. From this point of view, Ash's Gible talent is really nothing to say. He learned the Dragon Star Group easily. And then in less than half a year, he mastered the Dragon Star Group, allowing the Dragon Star Group to hit. This time may be very fast, or it may take several years. She wanted to see how Arthur would face these dangers. And only through constant fighting could he grow up in the shortest possible time. It seems that with Arthur's strength, Normal's Pokémon hunter can't be his rival, right? From the other party's foolishness to challenge himself. We can see that if the elders of the Huruf family knew about his behavior, they would definitely reject him, not that qualified. Could it be that the Huruf group is great? Well, they are indeed great. But Rainbow University taught such a person, who lost the battle and directly abandoned the injured Pokémon. This is really Rainbow University. The #1 in the world. The character of the students taught in your school. Originally, Gary wanted to remind Arthur a few words. But Cynthia said all the CDBH words that should be said. Seeing Arthur's appearance didn't seem to care at all. So he didn't say anything. The most important thing is that there are people behind the scenes who are fueling the flames, questioning why people like Huruf Lodge can study at Rainbow University. At the same time, Huruf Lodge challenged Cynthia at Rainbow University and was rejected, and was easily defeated by Cynthia's disciples, which caused a lot of trouble. However, it was directly thrown into the Professor Oak laboratory by Arthur. And this Gible has never been seen to fight since then. But he is really not afraid of a mere Sheriff Lodge. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. Time passed quickly. Cynthia taught Arthur for 3 days in Rainbow City, and helped Gible learn the Dragon Star group initially. As for the subsequent training, it took Gible a long time to try, undoubtedly. This time Sheriff Locke obviously committed public outrage, even if you usually don't take Pokémon or civilians seriously. Is it really good to say this in full view? No matter how unbearable the civilians are, they still constitute the vast majority of people in this world, especially after the Rockets did those things some time ago, which pushed the Shilov group to the forefront. Is it true that the Shilov family are all such people, and they don't treat them as common people? Even the Alliance directly condemned Sheriff Lodge, but it didn't seem to be of any use. The status of Huruf group in everyone's mind has further declined. Even the stock price has dropped to the lowest point in the past 20 years these days. In addition, it was blasted by the Rockets some time ago. The chairman and heir died, and the Shilov family fell into civil strife. It can be said that this time the Shilov group was cut in half. What everyone didn't expect the most is that this time the Ether Foundation also made a move, saying that they respect every Pokémon and everyone. Nobles and common people are not the credentials that define a person's identity. Everyone is the same. And humans also need to live in harmony with Pokémon. Taking care of your own Pokémon is the responsibility of trainer. Afterwards, the Ether Foundation will use 200 billion to build an Ether Paradise, which is specially used to adopt Pokémon abandoned by the trainer. And 10 billion will be used every year to maintain Ether Paradise. Such a speech instantly created a stark contrast with the Huruf group. At this time, no one in the Huruf group can be the leader, and they have not made corresponding actions for a long time, which caused the reputation of the Huruf group to plummet even more. If it falls again, the prestige may continue to decline after that. Just to deal with it, the Alliance doesn't have much to do. They really want the Rashalov groups, but who made them go too far this time and get exposed? This time, it is obvious that someone wants to set up the Huruf group. And it is the Ether Foundation's Temple family, and even the Oak family, who have come out to say that this time Huruf Lodge is a bit too much. And the Huruf group is also now it was a crooked melon. And at the same time, many people related to the Rockets also began to contribute to the flames, which made Alliance very helpless. No one could have imagined that this incident would cause such a big disturbance. It can only be said that the Hilaf group committed suicide by themselves, usually provoked countless enemies, and was ugly. In the Lusamine incident, the Hilaf group was the most fun to dancing this time. So many people watched, they are unhappy. And it would be strange if they could be better, of course. It is impossible for the Alliance to let the Shilaf group fall. After all, the interests in it are too great. All of this has nothing to do with Arthur. After Cynthia left the Kanto region and returned to the Sinnoh region, he also left Rainbow City to go to the location of the next gymnasium. On this day, when Arthur was about to find a place to camp and rest, he felt something unusual. There seemed to be a lot of Pokémon running around in the distance. Looking panicked, is something wrong? Arthur frowned. He really wanted to find a Pokémon to ask about the situation. But at this time, obviously, no Pokémon would come to him. Yesterday I was typing and I fell asleep after coding. When I woke up in the mornings, my eyes were still full of dark circles. It seems that the author has been really tired during this time. She got the legendary Pokémon. Arthur's first impression is this, and the Kanto region, except for Mew, does not seem to have a particularly powerful psychic legendary Pokémon at present. Hardly thinking about it, Arthur ran towards the location of the psychic. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful psychic. And this psychic seems to have some problems, but in essence, it is far above Sabrina in desperation. He could only unfold the wave guide for perception. He had heard Luja's voice before, but he didn't perceive Luja's psychic before that. Sabrina's psychic was the most powerful Arthur had ever seen. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will give it for nothing this time. When he got close to the other party, Arthur hid carefully, and then slowly approached. And then he was shocked in his heart. It turns out that this Pokémon is not Mewtwo, nor is it any Pokémon that Arthur predicted before. Asking for flowers with this speculation in mind, Arthur rushed over to look at the situation. It seemed that there was something wrong with the other party. If it was any other situation, might have already run away. Zero, it is a Pokémon that looks like an alien. Others may not know its name and identity, but Arthur does. Could it be that the Rockets have already made Mewtwo? Deoxys that wave guide afterwards. Arthur's face changed slightly. What a powerful psychic. When he saw the scars on the other side, Arthur also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the contest condition of this Deoxys is not very good. According to the system's display, the strength may only be able to play the level of the champion. The strength is already comparable to the top level 1 god. No wonder so many Pokémon are scrambling to escape. Facing such an existence, even if it is yourself, you have to run away. Chapter 161, The Powerful Deoxys. Previous next, Eevee, who was standing on Arthur's shoulder, was standing on end. Don't forget, it has a keen sense of danger. How could Eevee not perceive such a terrifying thing now? If it wasn't for worrying about his parentage being discovered by the other party, Eevee might have to remind Arthur at this moment. Get out of here quickly, and don't have anything to do with that scary guy. Eevee tugged at Arthur's hair carefully, but he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of disturbing the other party. Arthur held his Brett hand, prepared to leave carefully, not to be noticed by the Deoxys in front of him. And he confirmed the look in his eyes. It was an existence that he could not afford to offend, even if it was a badly injured Deoxys from 870. It was not something Arthur could offend, unless Giovanni is here at this time. Otherwise, there is really nothing to do with this Deoxys. At the same time, the most important thing is not to allow this Deoxys to be captured by the Alliance. Arthur was confident Giovanni could catch the badly injured Deoxys, and so did Alliance, even on the basis of ensuring that Deoxys will not escape. Just Yulongdu may be able to defeat this Deoxys in front of him. Of course, if Deoxys wants to escape, it will be very difficult for Alliance people to catch it. However, just as Arthur was about to leave cautiously, Deoxys noticed his whereabouts and turned his gaze over suddenly. At the moment, Arthur didn't hesitate at all, and said directly, "Sorry. We just came over out of curiosity, absolutely no malice." It's just that Deoxys didn't seem to reply to Arthur, but just looked at Arthur quietly, and just looking at him like this made Arthur very uncomfortable, as if he was being targeted by some scourge. Prehistoric beasts are not worthy of describing this guy in front of me at all. This is Deoxys, with the strength comparable to a first-level god. Normal people may not be able to say anything after being targeted. Just when Arthur was about to release Aerodactyl to run away, the Deoxys over there also made his own behavior, exuding a surge of psychic all over his body, rushing towards Arthur, hiding in Arthur's shadow. Jengar, who was always protecting him, also quickly got out of Arthur's shadow and directly blocked in front of Arthur, blocking Deoxys' blow for him. On the other hand, Deoxys was not surprised by the appearance of Jengar. It seemed that Deoxys had known the existence of Jengar for a long time. Damn, Arthur looked at Deoxys with lingering fear. If his Jengar didn't come out, he might have been blasted to pieces by this powerful psychic. Now that Deoxys has taken the initiative to attack him like this, Arthur can't continue to sit still. Deoxys' tentative attack before has already caused Jengar to be more or less injured. If he continues like this, won't he be doomed? Who can beat a void-spanning Pokémon like Deoxys? Jengar uses Perish Song, Arthur said, taking a deep breath. And just when Jengar was about to sing, the opposite Deoxys turned into a flash and rushed towards Jengar. Arthur quickly threw another Pokémon ball, Volcarona. Use the flame vortex around Jengar. Deoxys are still Deoxys even if they are injured. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. It was weaker than Jengar in stature but for Arthur. It was willing to do so. But Deoxys didn't care about the flames. Normal rushed in and charged at Jengar, who was still singing the Perish Song. This time, How Covet himself has a legendary Pokémon. Deoxys has never heard of the saying that the thief is the first to capture the king. But Deoxys understands this truth. As long as Arthur is killed, these Pokémon will not do anything to him, even if you pay your life for it. Standing on Arthur's shoulder, Eevee clenched its teeth, ready to sacrifice itself afterwards. Jengar was abruptly knocked away by Deoxys' blow and landed on a tree trunk not far away. Why worry about a wounded Deoxys when you have your own legendary Pokémon? Jengar was hit by a blow from Deoxys before, and he still hasn't recovered. Volcarona used Bug Buzz, Aerodactyl used Destroyer Light. Arthur quickly released another Pokémon ball and said. The scorching flames were immediately spit out by Volcarona, surrounding Jengar. Arthur's face changed slightly, and at the same time he didn't dare to underestimate it. His Jengar strength is also an elite-level Pokémon, and now he is beaten by Deoxys like this. Arthur must not be able to bear such an attack, and as a Pokémon himself he cannot bear it either, and may even die in the end. After Deoxys knocked Jengar into the air, he didn't stop his actions, and then turned his attention to Arthur, a huge Super 3/7 ability emanated from Deoxys again. Sweeping towards Arthur, the dog system is weak. Arthur didn't know what Eevee was thinking at the moment. Similarly, he was quickly calculating his own way to break the game in his mind. Now he has 3 elite-level Pokémon. There is no doubt that these 3 Pokémon are also the main force against Deoxys. Among them, Jengar is not very good in contest condition in order to protect himself. After all, this is an injured Deoxys, and his own Jengar is also an elite Pokémon. Maybe only use that. After thinking about it, Arthur thought of a way. Just when Deoxys was about to attack Arthur, another Pokémon got out of the Pokémon ball. Venusaur directly blocked Arthur, and at the same time formed a huge energy shield in front of Venusaur. Venusaur's Protect shield is shattered against Deoxys' domineering Psychic. But this also prepares time for Arthur's other Pokémon. Aerodactyl's destructive Deathlight came in an instant. Looking towards 23, Deoxys bombed down. Deoxys quickly set up an energy shield to block the destructive Deathlight. The energy beam that was enough to blow up a small hill fell on the ground. On top of Deoxys' energy shield, it only made Deoxys' body tremble, of course. Aerodactyl is proud of Thisset is Deoxys after all. If it were Deoxys in its heyday, Arthur would not even have a thought of struggle at all. He just lay flat and let Deoxys attack him, just hoping that the other party would let his Pokémon go. Of course, if Deoxys were in their hate, they wouldn't have attacked such a small character like themselves, would they? In the other party's mind, he is nothing more than an ant. Deoxys doesn't take itself seriously at all. But it's different now. Deoxys is not in its hate. For its own safety, it needs to take action against Arthur, at least to erase the other party's memory. But Arthur doesn't know what it's thinking. It's just a memory and he doesn't want to erase it. Who wants their memory to be viewed by others? After using the destructive Deathlight, Arthur's Aerodactyl also fell into a stiff contest condition. Seeing this, he quickly wiped the keystone on the necklace around his neck, and the keystone emitted a dazzling light. And at the same time, Aerodactyl also resonated. His whole body was shrouded in colorful light, and his body began to undergo tremendous changes. Deoxys said badly in secret, and wanted to launch an attack quickly, whether it was Arthur or Aerodactyl at this time. As long as he attacked one of them, the strange change on Aerodactyl should be interrupted. It's just that the previous continuous attack and defense also caused Deoxys' attack to stagnate a bit. After Alat is not in its heyday now, and it has suffered serious injuries. The big bug in soaring in the sky is really powerful. And Deoxys feels like he almost died. Even now Deoxys don't dare to release too much breath. If one is not careful and is discovered by that green bug, I'm afraid I will be in bad luck. And when Deoxys' figure froze, Volcarona also launched his own attack. Hot flames were continuously spit out by Volcarona, trying to entangle Deoxys, even if it couldn't cause too much damage, but still prevented Deoxys from moving more, and even let Deoxys open the psychic barrier again to block. Even if there is a gap between the champion and the Pokémon of the elite, they cannot reach the point of instant killing, and they can even fight for a long time. Arthur's few Pokémon are not weak among the unowned Pokémon. It's just a pity that the opposite is Deoxys and Jengar, who was beaten twice by Deoxys before, came to Arthur again at this moment, and was hit twice by Deoxys, even though he also suffered serious injuries. But now Jengar still has a fight as a result. Arthur decided to let Jengar play as a support. And the next main force was Aerodactyl. As the colorful light gradually dissipated, Aerodactyl's body also undergone great changes, and the feeling of ancient vicissitudes appeared on Aerodactyl's body, just like meeting each other hundreds of millions of years ago. Seeing Aerodactyl's successful Mega Evolution 420, Arthur's mouth also showed a slight smile. He has obtained this Mega Evolution stone for almost a month, and he has never tried Mega Evolution before. It's not that Arthur doesn't want to, but Mega Evolution requires the mind-to-heart connection between trainer and Pokémon. If you force Mega Evolution, it will easily fail, and it will cause great harm to both trainer and Pokémon. As the Pokémon developed by the system, Aerodactyl's closeness to Arthur the degree is naturally very high. But Arthur is different. He can have intimacy with Aerodactyl. That is a ghostly thing fortunate Litha's time. His luck is very good. Aerodactyl successfully Mega Evolved. According to Arthur's system at this moment, Mega Aerodactyl has temporarily reached the strength of the first-level champion. Although there is still a certain gap from the champion's high-level Deoxys, but with the help of other Pokémon next to it, it is not without a battle power, roars with a roar. Mega Aerodactyl flapped his wings and came to Arthur, separating Deoxys from him. Okay, the next battle will continue. Arthur also took a deep breath. He has not decided to let Deoxys go. This is already a life-and-death battle. It's not that Arthur is overconfident, nor is it that Arthur is cruel, but that the other party is like this first. Seeing Deoxys like Theisman if he escapes this time, or drives the other party away when Deoxys recovers, he will definitely come to find him. Retaliate yourself. Arthur doesn't think that he is the rival of Deoxys, and the opponent is a psychic beast. In order to prevent it from happening, he must destroy it here. What's more, the prototype of Deoxys is a cosmic virus. Who knows what kind of trouble it will cause if it stays in this world for a long time. Under the command of Arthur's waveguide power, Aerodactyl took the lead in killing Deoxys. This made Deoxys' heart tremble. Even Mega Aerodactyl, to him in the past, is just an ant that can be shot to death at any time. But it was different now. Deoxys felt a little threat from Mega Aerodactyl. And most importantly, he didn't seem to have much physical strength anymore. I was beaten by Rayquaza into a gem contest condition before, and I managed to save some energy to become Deoxys again. But this happened. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. Now he doesn't even have the strength to change his form to fight. I saw Deoxys facing the bloody mouth that was biting towards him. His figure Flashadan disappeared in front of Aerodactyl. But before Deoxys could strike Aerodactyl, a silk thread wrapped around Deoxys in time. And then these silk threads wrapped around Deoxys with lightning speed. Deoxys subconsciously wants to break free from these threads. But it's a pity that Volcarona is also an elite high-level Pokémon, and its threads can still play a role. which greatly slows down Deoxys' speed. Jenger's dark pulse. It hit its body directly before Deoxys could react. It's not safe here anymore, but should I really run away? If I kill that human, if it was Deoxys and its hate, it might not be impossible, but Noala's. The tiger is bullied by dogs. Which is the situation of Deoxys today, Pokémon, who has reached the champion's strength after only elite level. Even Aerodactyl Mega Evolution is a close collaborator when Arthur uses the power of Waveguide to connect. Kyan How. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for an automatic subscription. Hello, I love you. On the other side, Volcarona's flamethrower is miss again. At the same time, Deoxys can clearly feel an invisible energy falling on him. And he has a feeling that if he wants to escape, it may be difficult to do so. It's not that Deoxys didn't know that Arthur and the others had a special command method. Just like Lugiath, god of the sea, could easily break into the communication platform between Arthur and Professor Oak. At the same time, Aerodactyl turned around and opened his mouth wide, trying to bite on Deoxys' body, but now Deoxys is not only being used for Mean Look. It does not dare to use Salacin to break away from Mean Look, which may consume a lot of energy. It's just that Deoxys consumed a lot of the few energy. Mean Look, this made Deoxys even more upset. Normally, Deoxys said that he would not care about such a skill at all. But Salacin could break free with a thought. Even no Pokémon dared to use Mean Look on himself. Accompanied by a roar, Aerodactyl opened its bloody mouth again and bit down on Deoxys. Deoxys dodged immediately. And when it successfully evaded Aerodactyl's bite attack, a wave of Black's energy wave just hit it. Deoxys had no choice but to prop up a psychic to protect the barrier, resisting the inevitable attack of Aerodactyl. No matter which one of them is in the middle, it's not a loss. And just when Deoxys hesitated to run away or continue to fight, the Pokémon on Arthur's side launched an attack again. It turns out that Aerodactyl's bite is just a tactic to lure the enemy, while Volcarona's flamethrower and Jenger's dark pulse are the main output boosters. The dark pulse continued to land on Deoxys this time, dealing full damage in an instant, making Deoxys' already shattered body even worse. At this time, Deoxys wanted to escape, and the remaining strength was enough to break free from the shackles of Mean Look, and then enough to escape here. But it may take a long time to recover afterwards. The continuous aggravation of the injury also makes Deoxys uncomfortable. Deoxys is not afraid of death. As long as the core is not destroyed, it will not die. Just like Ho-Oh, even though you may be able to kill Ho, it will still resurrect normal. But if you want to kill Ho-Oh, well, maybe only Arceus can do it right. It is also extremely difficult to destroy the core of Deoxys. From a certain point of view, this core is the body of Deoxys. As long as the core is not broken, Deoxys will not really die, and they can slowly recover in the core, even if it is Rayquaza's full output. Don't want to easily damage the core of Deoxys. It's just that Deoxys doesn't want such an embarrassing death. Unfortunately, Arthur's cooperation here did not give Deoxys much chance to resist, and Aerodactyl's attack came one after another. After 2 consecutive misses this time, it was finally Volcarona's turn to cooperate with Aerodactyl to fight. Taking advantage of Deoxys' lack of energy, Volcarona continued to launch 570 spits at Deoxys, which once again made Deoxys' figure stagnate. And at the same time, Aerodactyl's crunch right in the middle of Deoxys' body. Who would have imagined that a skill like String Shot, which is usually only used by Caterpie and Weedle, would play a huge role in the face of legendary Pokémon like Deoxys? With crunch falling on him, Deoxys has noticed that his body is in a bad state, which is not as good as it was after being bombed by Rayquaza before. It glared at Arthur viciously. It was this guy otherwise. He wouldn't be like this. No, return to the core and recover. After a few hundred years at most, come out again. I believe that no one will care about me by then. Thinking of this, Deoxys' body gradually produced phantoms, Seedaf, and then began to disappear. This made Arthur even more vigilant. This guy, is he going to do something wrong again? Or Deoxys is about to run away? This is definitely a huge hidden danger for Arthur. It would be a strange thing if he could sleep well with such a godlike existence. Staring at him all the time. Do I have to let Jengar protect them for rest in the future? However, what happened next made Arthur dumbfounded. Deoxy's body disappeared, leaving only a green gemstone that fell to the place where Deoxys was originally standing with a ding-dong. Core of Deoxys others don't know, but he, Arthur, knows that the existence of this thing proves that Deoxys is not dead yet. But what should I do? Arthur doesn't have the confidence to destroy this thing. Pokémon Deoxys self-imprison. Fortunately, the system also gave Arthur the answer. It turned out that Deoxys was slowly recovering by imprisoning himself in the core. With Deoxys' current contest condition, it would take at least 10 years for it to initially recover. During this period of time, unless Deoxys received a large amount of energy replenishment, otherwise, it would be impossible for Deoxys to reappear and attack Arthur. 10 years, Arthur rubbed his chin. 10 years is enough for him to do a lot of things. By then his lineup will already be formed. Even if Deoxys is reshaped, it can't pose any threat to itself. After all, Deoxys will probably be as strong as before. Don't look at Arthur fighting very hard. But this is also based on the fact that his current lineup has not yet formed. In 10 years, Arthur is confident that he will train the little guys. Let alone gang fights. Even Garchomp may be able to single out Deoxys like just now. As for Deoxys, what if I can't figure it out, then just hang on. Anyway, I don't know how long it will take to fully recover. And by that time, I'm afraid my ashes have already been collected. So what else should I care about? But this thing still needs to be taken away. Let the guys from the rockets check it out and see if there is any way to get rid of it. Arthur picked up the core of Deoxys, muttered. The core of Deoxys is very strong, and Arthur thinks he has no ability to destroy it, unless he asks those mega bosses to help. But don't underestimate the power of technology. Although Team Rocket's technology can't do anything to the legendary Pokémon that has reached the god level, it can still deal with a core and an immobile Deoxys with confidence. They can even create Mutuo. Of course, the appearance of Mutuo is also a coincidence. If the Rockets create a second one, even if they have Muse Jins, I'm afraid they can't do it. Fortunately, Deoxys couldn't hear Arthur's words, and its consciousness had already fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, it would be so angry that it would return to its original state, and Arthur desperately said, "Why don't you be so cruel? At first, I just wanted to wash this thing away." Memories, guys. After putting Deoxys' core gemstones into his backpack, Arthur also took back a few Pokémon and left in a hurry. Even before he had time to give Jengar the medicine. People from the Alliance might come over at any time. There are so many traces of battle here, great. They have no reason not to come and check the situation. He doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. Not long after Arthur left, a red-haired cloaked man riding on Dragonite's back came to the scene. This man was Yulongdu, one of the Elite Four in the Kanto region. During this time, Yulongdu was extremely busy. In order to meet the Alliance's request to attack the Rockets and other bad forces, he was wandering around Saffron City and Rainbow City. The Rockets didn't catch many, but arrested many of the few Pokémon hunters, as well as some small evil organizations for Team Rocket, seemed to have withdrawn early, which made Yulongdu helpless. Before, he heard from the people below that not far from Rainbow City, there was a huge psychic wave, which scared away all the nearby Pokémon. And then there was a battle wave. Because it is not far from Rainbow City, Yulongdu is going to come and have a look. If it affects Rainbow City, it will be bad. It's indeed a strong psychic fluctuation. It's just the breath left in the air. This should also be a champion-level psychic Pokémon. Yulongdu looked around solemnly. As an Elite Four of the Kanto region, he is definitely a Pokémon, the existence of model workers. The other Elite Four are usually either paddling or on the way of paddling. Only he, who has taken the initiative to become a Pokémon investigator. has been fighting crime, either in fighting crime or on the road to fighting crime. He is not targeting the Rockets, but targeting all criminal organizations, even some children of big families who were caught by him to break the law. Yulongdu will not let them go. He is such an upright person, which makes him admired by many people similarly. Yulongdu has a strong investigative ability, and he quickly analyzed it. However, I don't know exactly what psychic Pokémon it is. Yulongdu quickly analyzed from the traces of the battle at the scene. There are no less than 4 Pokémon at the scene, and the strength is quite good, however. They should all be at the gym level or even stronger. Wait, is this Breath of Fire and String Shot? Judging from the trajectory, this should be an attack from the same station. And this is an attack from the same Pokémon. They treat Pokémon never look at whose Pokémon it is, as long as it is a Pokémon. He plans to go to the Rockets for a while and check them again for Jengar. Asking for flowers. Soon Yulongdu found the main point again. Is this a Volcarona? According to the flame atmosphere at the scene, Yulongdu believed that this was definitely a fire-type Pokémon, and he could use String Shot. His first impression just thought of Volcarona. Yulongdu is not very concerned about whether the champion psychic Pokémon is subdued. He also has the confidence to face such a rival. After all, the opponent's Pokémon is Dragonite. In terms of flying speed, there are really not many Pokémon faster than Dragonite in this world. Arthur didn't know that Yulongdu would arrive at the scene in such a short time, and he could analyze so many things from the details of the scene. And he even thought of the Rockets, Aerodactyl Jengar. Volcarona Venusaur have a little bit of injury, of which Jengar and Venusaur are more serious. But fortunately are not fatal injuries. After using potion and recuperating for a period of time, there should be no problem for some reason. Yulongdu had a premonition that using this Volcarona trainer might be his rival in the future. He remembered the fire-type Pokémon that appeared on MT. Moon Rocket Team Eevee, could it be him this time if I knew it? I'm afraid I would also feel that my caution still has an effect. On the edge of a small lake more than 10 kilometers away from the battle scene with Deoxys, Arthur set up his tent here and carefully put potion on several Pokémon who participated in the battle. It's just that he was curious. Who is the guy fighting this psychic Pokémon? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please, people. But the Pokémon Center has people from the Alliance, so Arthur doesn't dare to mess around. And the Rockets also have a medical institution, which Arthur hasn't used before. So it's just a chance to try it this time, fighting Yulongdu. Not to mention that his Pokémon contest condition is not very good now. Even in his heyday, it is difficult to be the rival of Yulongdu. And it is even difficult to run away. When did such a Volcarona appear in the Kanto region? Who is it? Yulongdu's expression was a little inexplicable. As Aerodactyls, the regular Pokémon Center does not fail to treat them. The kind-hearted Miss Joey will also treat wild Pokémon when they are injured. Only Volcaronas, who has long been regarded as the existence of the god normal, is worthy of the breath of the scene. After deliberating for a while, Arthur called Giovanni. This was the first time he called Giovanni after he went on a trip. It wasn't that he and Giovanni had a bad relationship, but the relationship between the two was quite good. It's just that as a boy, he often doesn't take the initiative to call his family when he is outside. Like many college students, he may not call his family once a month. Normal, he only calls when he needs living expenses. A phone call. And Giovanni is obviously the kind of person who is not good at expressing his emotions. It is almost impossible to get Giovanni to call Arthur, even though he has been paying attention to Arthur's 877 movements. What's the matter? Arthur's call was quickly answered on the other side, and he asked calmly, I just had a fight. And the opponent is very powerful, a wounded beast. Arthur said bluntly, oh, this time. Even Giovanni couldn't calm down the legendary Pokémon. This is the existence they have been pursuing all along. It is extremely difficult to subdue or get the approval of these legendary Pokémon. There are also some people in the world who have been recognized by the legendary Pokémon. But the legendary Pokémon who recognize them are also some legendary Pokémon who have not yet grown up. And they cannot be called divine beasts yet. Now the divine beast Arthur mentioned is not weak even if it is injured. What's going on? Giovanni really wanted to ask if Arthur was okay. But thinking that Arthur was still on the phone with himself, he asked, "I'll send you a video." Arthur said directly, "And my Jengar and Venusaur are injured and need treatment. I will send the real bird to pick you up. And you will locate it for me." Giovanni still knows the strength of Arthur's Jengar. It was severely injured, and the battle is going to be very fierce. The efficiency of the real bird is very high. After about half an hour, she hurried over sitting on Dragonair. She took a look at Arthur's situation and said directly, "Put on the mask and follow me." Yeah, Arthur nodded slightly. He didn't plan to reveal his identity yet. He was going to the rocket's base later. It was necessary to wear a mask. And he even put Eevee into the Pokémon ball for this reason. Arthur walked towards the real bird's Dragonair and made the real bird stunned. "What are you doing? Isn't it your Dragonair?" Arthur looked at the real bird in surprise and asked in confusion. "Your Aerodactyl should be fine, right? Take your Aerodactyl. I'm not interested in brats, I like uncles." Makoto gave Arthur an annoyed look. "Although I am not particularly beautiful, I am still a big cucumber girlahima yellow flower girl. I'm not interested in you either," Arthur curled his lips. For some reason, he always felt that the real bird's words seemed to imply something. "Uncle? Well, I am indeed not the uncle type, he is a fresh meat. And the real bird's appearance is indeed not very good. Especially her hairstyle, which has lost a lot of points." Makoto glared at Arthur's. But considering the appearance of his girlfriend, well, she has nothing to say compared to Lusamine. She is not comparable in terms of appearance or temperament. Even if she has a good background in the rockets, she is under one person and above 10,000 people. But she is really born with good looks. And she has nothing to do. Unless she wants to have plastic surgery. But is she really a bird? Can she be compared with that kind of coquettish ***T? Arthur didn't know what the real bird was thinking. And didn't care about it. He just released Aerodactyl and left with the real bird. After going through a lot of battles before, Aerodactyl has undergone Mega Evolution, which consumes a lot, but if it is just flying, Aerodactyl can still do it. The two did not enter Rainbow City but instead came to a base, and did not wait here any longer. A private jet had already been waiting here and sent them to soaring in the sky. Sitting in the private jet, Zhang Nio asked, "What happened to Song Pokémon? And what happened to your Aerodactyl text? Why can it still evolve now it's back again, obviously?" She has also seen Deoxy's battle video, so she can naturally see that the opponent's strength is quite strong. Even if he is seriously injured contest condition, he can still fight like Arthur's elite Pokémon. "It seems that you let me fly by myself just now to see Aerodactyl." 2.5 Arthur glanced at the real bird meaningfully. But the other party didn't seem to care that his little thoughts were exposed to normal. Arthur didn't pay too much attention to it, but said this is Mega Evolution, which can allow some Pokémon to return to the primal contest condition for a short time under special circumstances. These Pokémon must have corresponding abilities if they want to Mega Evolve. The Mega Evolution Stone will do. Carlos region has already done some research on Mega Evolution, and it may not be long before it will be released. A brief return to the primal contest condition. Makoto was a little confused. Isn't this evolution? It is indeed evolution. Returning to the primal contest condition may not mean degeneration. Arthur shrugged. I have asked Lusamine to buy this kind of Mega Evolution Stone in a big way. And it seems to have bought a lot. Now Mega Evolution has not been recognized. It was officially announced. And everyone doesn't know what the Mega Evolution Stone does. Normal only treats it as an ornamental stone. And she seems to have received a lot. The real bird didn't know what to say for a while. This is definitely eating soft food right. No wonder some people even circulated before that Lucamine suddenly fell in love with collecting stones. Just like the young man made by Devon. Some people even said that the two of them were in love. And Lucamine spent a lot of money to collect stones for Steven. Stone 23 did not expect that it was for Arthur. However, this is a good thing. Truebird also wanted Team Rocket to participate in the collection of the so-called Mega Evolutionary Stones. But considering the hidden relationship, she still chose Bide than what happened to the other one. Which is what you called Deoxys. Then the real bird asked again, even the well-informed. They didn't recognize the identity of Deoxys. This is an existence they don't know. And it is very likely to be the legendary Pokémon. But Arthur knows it, which makes the real bird unable to help want to know a little more. Should I say it now? Arthur frowned. And he might have to explain it again when he got there. You can start a conference call at any time here. Genio also said quickly, yes. Arthur nodded slightly and, as his words fell, the figure of Giovanni also appeared on the TV in front of Arthur. Arthur didn't hide anything, and directly told all the information he knew about Deoxys. Deoxys Rayquaza. Even Giovanni couldn't calm down at this moment. He naturally understood what Rayquaza was. And Deoxys could fight against it no matter if he lost or won. His strength should not be underestimated. He also had to admit that his nephew was really lucky. At the same time, Arthur brought back the core of Deoxys. If it is used well, it may not be impossible for Deoxys to be used by them. They can help Deoxys recover. But the price is to let Deoxys help them do things for a period of time. Giovanni believes that Deoxys will not refuse such a thing. It's fair trade too. I'll be waiting for you in Nijima. Finally, after leaving these words, Giovanni also hung up the phone. It seems that Boss Giovanni wants to tell you all the truth. Makoto said with a rare smile. Arthur glanced at the real birds thoughtfully. For some reason, he always felt that the real bird seemed to be very happy when he mentioned Giovanni. Arthur couldn't help but get excited too. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions. Please, however, he didn't think too much about it. The most important thing now was what he could get if he gave the core of Deoxys to the Rockets. And he is also a systematic person. Compared to those coquettish sluts who produce the legendary Pokémon at every turn. His own system is indeed inferior. He doesn't need the fighting power of Deoxys either. So if he pins his hopes on Deoxys, it's better to give Mutuo a good outlook on life and values. The security facilities here are very tight. Even if the real bird brought Arthur here, he had to go through a lot of inspections before he passed. Deoxys is very powerful. But Arthur has no idea to have a good chat with the other party now. The two sides are already endless enemies. Arthur has no way to deal with Deoxys himself. It is better to leave it to Giovanni to solve it. After carefully perceiving Mutuo already has a psychic who is not weak at this moment. Even if it is not as good as the Deoxys I met before. The gap is not too big, here. Giovanni didn't turn his head but said slowly. I discovered that the theoretical basis of the Rockets has changed. It is what I told you before, I only told you those words. I think you should have a great relationship with the Rockets. You can guess later, said Arthur smiling. It seems that you don't have too many doubts in your heart. When did you know? Giovanni continued to ask. And Arthur also met Giovanni in a laboratory at this moment. He was standing in front of a glass vessel filled with water. And there was a special-looking Pokémon in the glass vessel. Giovanni was quietly staring at the existence in the glass vessel in front of him. Of course, the premise is that Giovanni must restrict Deoxys well. But you can also help yourself to improve your strength. Back then, the system gave me an elite-level Pokémon just after taking a photo of Ho-Oh. So what about this time, Mutuo? Arthur looked at Mutuo curiously. It seemed that Mutuo had already been made. As expected of Mutuo, yeah, Arthur nodded slightly. The plane soon came to an island and stopped. It is already more than 300 kilometers away from the Kanto mainland. Even if the Alliance wants to find this place, it is extremely difficult. Who usually pays attention to these infinite things? What about the island of Mans? Giovanni nodded imperceptibly. It seems that his nephew's observation ability is still very good. Then he stared at Mutuo in front of him and said, "This Pokémon is Mutuo, which our rockets spent countless resources to create of. When the rockets found a Mew eyelash fossil in a ruin, my mother-ear grandma brought it back, however. Because of the many problems of the rockets back then, this news was known by that old dog sheriff. He also wanted to get this fossil, but my mother didn't intend to give it to him. She thinks that this fossil may create a miracle. After all, it contains the gene of the fantasy Pokémon Mew. In that era, the research on gene duplication of Pokémon had been carried out for a long time. And it was not that no one had obtained the genes of the legendary Pokémon and cloned their genes in order to clone the legendary Pokémon, but all failed. The legendary Pokémon is simply not comparable to the normal Pokémon. Arthur nodded slightly. After all, they are real gods. The technology of this world is indeed much more advanced than that of my previous life. There is no doubt about it. But it will not reach the level of creating gods. For Alliance, it is very difficult to obtain the genes of Pokémon such as Hoa. But it is not impossible for the three silly birds. Yeah, they are real gods. Those legendary Pokémon seem to be genetically protected and cannot be replicated at all. Even if we got their DNA, they all failed when we were conducting research. Their genes seem to be protected as normal, and they are directly destroyed. I don't know what happened afterwards. The Alliance began to prohibit research on these things. I suspect that those people in the Alliance should have been warned by those legendary Pokémon tilde. Giovanni continued after a pause. Maybe no one wants their genes to be researched. If it's those gods, it's not too difficult to warn them. No matter how stupid the Alliance is, they don't dare to act rashly. Arthur sneered. No, forget Ho-Oh is the god of life. Well, but the Shilaf group did not give up. After they knew that the rockets got the Mew gene, they wanted to get it, but it was rejected by my mother, which led to a complete tear between the two parties. In the end, they were sold out. Arthur glanced at Giovanni in surprise. In terms of will, Giovanni is definitely not inferior to anyone. As a result, Giovanni is almost subtly changed now. He also finally understands why the rockets treated Mutuo in that way. And Mutuo has to take part of the blame for his feelings, throwing the blame for Giovanni's death because of Meng Li Hao phantom eyelash fossils to Mutuo in the body. This idea is constantly magnified. It is strange that Giovanni has a good attitude towards Mutuo. It's ridiculous to say that the purpose of her initial creation of the rockets was just to support my brother and me. For this reason, she can do countless evil things. Before you came, I even became hostile to it. And I had an absurd feeling that this Pokémon should be used to conquer the world. Then Giovanni took a deep breath and said, its psychic is very powerful. And because the consciousness has not been fully awakened, this psychic is constantly emanating from the body, affecting everything around me. I suspect that my emotional changes are related to this psychic. In this world, if there is a legendary Pokémon that can be copied, then only Mew, a creature believed to be the origin of life. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please, from then on. Mutuo also began to walk on the path of a philosopher because of Giovanni's behavior. Just say it. Why do you have to say it so harshly? Wouldn't it be good to let Mutuo be well-behaved and sensible? Understand it with reason and move it with emotion. In a way, it's just like my kids. But when it really appeared in front of me, some problems appeared in my mentality. And I remembered that my mother died because of it. Giovanni said slowly. I also closed my eyes after talking about it. Sabrina and I mentioned you. Well, I have mastered the power of Wave Guide. Arthur glanced at Giovanni in a little surprise. How did the other party know? This experiment was very successful. And it was successfully copied. Now it has a certain degree of self-awareness. Both its strength and potential are very good. I named it Mutwanaut to make it truly surpass Mew. Just an expectation. After developing Team Rocket, I started this plan. The only way to deal with the legendary Pokémon is the legendary Pokémon. If it is Mew, it should be able to compete with Ho-Oh. You should have a special ability, right? Then Giovanni suddenly said again. My mother is a very ambitious person. She wants to clone Mew and rule the world. And then don't have to work hard for others. This fossil finally fell into the hands of your father. And he gave it to me. Giovanni's words made Arthur obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Sabrina was really from the Rockets. Yes, I made a deal with Sabrina some time ago. Sabrina agreed to join the Rockets. She recommended you to me, thinking that you are a person with special abilities and potential that is not inferior to her. Giovanni's expression was pale at this time. It also became weird. He also didn't expect Sabrina to recommend Arthur to the Rockets. And the other gym masters, Arthur asked curiously. Could it be that Koga and Majishi are also members of the Rockets, as in the special episode? As for the Kanto region, Koga is ours. But as for the Johto region, it's not there. Giovanni shook his head slightly. Don't look at the many gym owners in the Kanto region who have serious problems. Many people who do not meet the requirements can become trainers. Well, I always feel that this is alluding to a certain water system gym. But the Johto region is even more extreme than the Kanto region. Over there, because of the historical 593 issue. The gymnasium owner normal is hereditary. And the person from the largest local family is the gymnasium owner. Just like it's the gym trainer of the bug-type gym. About the same age as you. Giovanni shook his head slightly and said, because of them. It is extremely difficult for the Rockets to win them over. However, the penetration of the Rockets into the Johto region is even worse than that of the Kanto region. Well, those members of the big family are indeed their good friends. And it is precisely because of their recklessness that the Rockets can take root and sprout better. Go and try to contact Mutwo. Then Giovanni said to Arthur if it were someone else. Giovanni would never allow them to get close to Arthur. Would he come over in person without seeing him? And stare at Mutwo all the time? But Arthur is different. This is his nephew, dear. He is also his only relative now, okay. Arthur took a deep breath, walked towards Mutwo slowly, and pressed his hand on the glass vessel outside Mutwo. Hello, Mutwo. I'm Arthur and I want to make friends with you. Making friends, Mutwo, who didn't know much about the outside world, was moved. At this time it is still pure like a piece of white paper. Making friends is it the same as Zio AI. It also felt a wave of kindness from this person. Mutwo wanted to respond to Arthur's words, but found that he couldn't respond to the other party no matter what. This made Mutwo a little anxious, and the psychic all over his body was still surging. Crag click. Arthur could clearly feel the psychic surge of Mutwo. And even the glass vessel it was in was cracked at this moment because of the powerful psychic. The alarm in the laboratory kept ringing. Wait, don't move around, don't be nervous. I'm right here and you can take your time. Arthur said to Mutwo quickly. Mutwo's heart trembled. But he still wanted to communicate with Arthur, but found helplessly that he seemed to be unable to do anything. Can Mutwo leave this petri dish? Arthur asked CDFF to Giovanni behind him. Giovanni is also very nervous at this moment. Mutwo is related to their future plans. Even if they have Deoxys as an alternative project, Giovanni still cares more about Mutwo. You can leave for a short time, but it's best not to leave for too long. Giovanni said in a deep voice, this glass vessel is still a bit too reluctant. And it needs to be made stronger, that's good. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, so that his worries could be reduced a lot. Mutwo, don't get excited, you can't control your power yet. Arthur said slowly after hearing Arthur's words. Mutwo's riotous psychic gradually calmed down. However, it is still very anxious in its heart. Mutwo had friends before, and Zio AI taught herself that when a friend talks to her, she must answer, otherwise even a friend will be angry. But no, even if he wanted to reply to Arthur, couldn't do it. And he couldn't speak at all. Take your time, Mutwo, don't be impatient. Arthur said softly again during this time. I will always be here until you wake up at this moment. Arthur could only silently say sorry to Lusamine. The days when I went to Alola region to express condolences to my little sister. I was helpless to postpone it. Not because my boyfriend didn't take my girlfriend seriously, but because Mutwo is so important at present. After this Deoxys incident, Arthur deeply understood how important it is to have a powerful bodyguard. And hearing Arthur's words, Mutwo's violent psychic gradually subsided. Unfortunately, he is not a power user of Viridian power. Otherwise, when Mutwo's psychic is rampant, he can use his ability to calm Mutwo's anger. Which is the most okay. Giovanni on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Mutwo is fine. And Arthur doesn't seem to be affected by Mutwo's violent and destructive psychic. By the way, what about the core of the Deoxys you mentioned earlier? Immediately afterwards, Giovanni asked Arthur. Arthur didn't think too much. He took out the core directly from his backpack and handed it to Giovanni. He wanted to see if it would bring him any benefits. After taking over the core of Deoxys, Giovanni also felt inexplicable for a while. Is there another existence comparable to a god? If it weren't for what Arthur said, and what he saw in the video before, Giovanni would never have felt that the core was still alive. Then you talk to Mutwo here first. I'll discuss this core matter with the researchers here. After thinking about it, Giovanni also said, compared with Mutwo, Deoxys does not need to spend so much money and manpower. Giovanni is more or less tempted by Deoxys, even if the rocket's human and financial resources are very tight. Giovanni still wants to try, ding. Congratulations to the host for bringing the core of Deoxys back to Rocket Hideout and providing a lot of information. Team Rocket started research on Deoxys early. Rewards Universal Capsule Technology. Mutwonga Evolution Stone X Articuno's Ice Orb. Flash Ralt's Pokémon Egg, hearing the system's prompt. Arthur couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is the rhythm of opening and hanging. Pokémon Eggs Ralt's Flash Potential, Quasi-God F***K. It's not that Arthur is uneducated. It's that the Ralts are so good, this is Flash Ralts. And the Quasi-God potential is enough for Ralts to be trained by Arthur as the main Pokémon. Professor whose strength is not bad, but its potential is only elite. And it is more suitable for auxiliary use at ordinary times. Doing a lot of Pokémon training is really a waste of Huboshin's talent. Then Arthur's psychic Pokémon also needs a real main force. And now Ralts is here and it's still Flash. Just expect it's not just a little boy. The Universal Capsule Technology is not the technology of this world, but the technology from Dragon Ball, which can put a series of things such as airplane scars, Housek into special capsules. These items can also be returned when needed. Very convenient and convenient. It is simply a must for home travel in this world. Human beings have also mastered certain space technology. The backpack that Arthur is carrying is bought at a high price. But with the deepening of travel, the performance of this backpack is not very satisfactory. The space is too small and the baby also takes up space. If this universal capsule technology can be realized, then it can definitely easily defeat Shalufu Company and even monopolize the industry in this area. This will make the Shiluf Group, which has not been very easy during this period of time. Worse is the rockets not enough for him to inherit. Your girlfriend is Lusamineth's richest woman in the world. Her money is more than the rockets. You still want to start a company, isn't it good to lie flat? Although it is not a reward for any legendary Pokémon, it is good enough. This also made Arthur a little silent. How does this look so similar to the mysterious black stone? Do I need to set a small goal first? To overthrow the Shiluf Group no matter what. The props this time really strengthened Arthur a lot. This universal capsule technology is definitely the core key. It seems to be even easier to use than the mysterious black stone. The mysterious black stone still needs to be charged for it. But the ice orb does not need it. I just don't know how fast the Pokémon can absorb it. Ask for flowers moreover. This gem will not be completely absorbed. It can emit ice energy continuously, start a company. Giovanni looked at Arthur with some surprise. Why did this kid think about starting a company? Sure enough, I still have trouble with the Shilaf group. Well, if it is to rob Alliance's bank. It is far more than this speed. Those guys have plenty of money. Sometimes spending astronomical sums on a good Pokémon. As for Articuno's ice orb, it is not comparable to Normal's ice gem. The system is a direct copy of the gem from Ice Island in Asia Island. It contains the purest source of ice. And it is a prop that even Articuno will be moved by. And you don't seem to be short of money. Don't think I don't know. You have made tens of millions of stocks in the recent period. And you still made it with 1 million. And it is not efficient to grab Alliance. As for the legendary Pokémon issue, as long as he is given time, that is not a problem. Even Giovanni admires Arthur's ability to make money. But he also knows that you can speculate in stocks for a while. But once you become a big player, there will be a lot of trouble. If the stock market becomes big, the people from Alliance will also supervise your account and will investigate him. Therefore, for stocks or something, just play around. Of course, Arthur can also directly join the Eevee Foundation, a large normal company, which has people who specialize in stock speculation and stock market analysis. Yes, I have a space technology here, which is guaranteed to be easier to use than the space backpack of the Shilaf group. And the cost is also cheaper. Arthur also said 833 directly. Giovanni took a deep look at Arthur. It seemed that his nephew had greater ambitions than he imagined. According to this trend, the future of the Rockets must be inherited by Arthur. Now he has no children, and he has no plans to find a woman to have a child. For him, Arthur is his own child, what's more. Even if he has a child, won't do as well as Arthur. And Arthur's girlfriend is Lucamine. Although the two are separated and their relationship is likely to change. But once a woman like Lucamine is in love, how can Soleson change his mind in the future? Arthur can use the resources of the Rockets and the Eevee Foundation. But now he wants to start his own business. Obviously, he wants to have his own foundation, however. After hearing Arthur's words, Giovanni still asked, "Are you sure that technology works?" "It works, absolutely works," Arthur said with a confident look on his face. "Can the things that the system develops be fake? It is only a matter of time before the space backpack of the Huruf group is replaced. If it's a mature technology, then establishing a company doesn't require too much investment." Giovanni pondered for a moment and said, "At that time, let's establish the company in the Orange Islands." Orange Islands, Arthur was surprised, knowing that the Orange Islands were also under the control of the Alliance in name. However, because it is an archipelago, and the distance between large islands and large islands is relatively far away, it is difficult for the Alliance to control this place, and it requires a lot of manpower and material resources. On the contrary, the benefits are not great in comparison. The Alola region is more suitable for the development of a region than the Orange Islands. In terms of overall economic population, although the Alola region is not as good as a region like the Kanto region, it is far superior to other regions, yes. The Alliance is not very interested in the Orange Islands, even though it is not very far from the Kanto region. And there is no large-scale power in the Orange Islands, which is just suitable for the development of our rockets. Now we are in the Orange Islands, the islands in the northern part of the archipelago. Giovanni chuckled and said, "At present, our rockets have secretly controlled 1/3 of the large islands in the Orange Archipelago." Arthur nodded slightly when he heard the words. It seemed good if he started a business on the territory of the Rockets. But he was worried that people from Alliance would find out that this company was related to the Rockets, which might affect the sales of universal capsules. Establishing your company here can drive the development of the Orange Islands. If your universal capsule is really good enough, Then even if people from the Alliance know your relationship with the Rockets, they don't have anything to care about, as long as make everyone inseparable from your product. So even if the Alliance wants to ban your product, they can't do anything, then Giovanni continued. Arthur nodded slightly when he heard the words. He also believes that the technology of the universal capsule is absolutely easy to use. And he will not believe that this technology will be counterfeited in a short time. Is the technology of Dragon Ball world bad? People can even make artificial humans. But they still haven't seen the fake universal capsules. Boomer's family is still the richest man, of course. It may also have something to do with their big boss. In that case, I agree, but it's about personnel. Arthur asked hesitantly. The Rockets can produce some people, but they are all with a clean foundation. There are also some talents in the Orange Islands. They love their hometown and have not left here. But it is difficult to develop here. Talents are not difficult to find. The only one the difficulty is the startup capital. The Rockets' current funds are not enough, and they may need Lucamine's help. After thinking about it, Giovanni also said, the Mutuo project consumed a lot of their funds, and later the development of the Orange Islands consumed a large amount of funds. What's more, the Rockets still have a lot of projects to implement, and they don't have that much money to spend. Is that so? Let me talk to Lucamine and ask her to invest a certain amount of money. And she can also assist her reputation and make the company's reputation. Arthur nodded slightly and said at that time, Lucamine will definitely be required to buy shares. Even if she is his girlfriend, Giovanni left soon. Obviously, he still cares about Deoxys. Even though Mutuo's plan seems to have been successful. Who can refuse Deoxys' combat power? What's more, Giovanni really needs combat strength here. Alliance is not so easy to deal with otherwise. He would have been overthrown long ago. After Giovanni left, there was only Arthur left on the scene. And Mutuo was beside him. But Mutuo's consciousness hadn't fully awakened yet. So he didn't care to take off his mask directly. And made a video call. The phone over there was quickly connected, revealing Lucamine's attracted face. Why did you call me at this time? Looking at Lucamine's back. She should still be in the office. The first time after answering the phone, Lucamine asked curiously. After all, Arthur usually called her after he got off work. Although he didn't say not to disturb him when he was at work. His little man was always so sensible. This time it was rare to call myself at this time. Obviously there was something wrong. I got a technology here, which is even more useful than the space backpack of the Shilluff group. Now I need a sum of money to establish my own company. After pondering for a moment, Arthur also directly turned to Lucamine said. He didn't say much about missing Yao or any words of greeting. But he spoke directly. Lucamine didn't like the niceties either. Oh. Space technology, Lucamine showed a look of surprise. Space technology is difficult to research. And even her Eevee Foundation can't produce a better space backpack than the Shilluff group. Arthur's words, if they come true, will definitely create huge profits. Are you sure it's reliable? Lucamine continued to ask. Yeah, Arthur nodded slightly. Well, I'll invest 10 billion for you first afterwards. We can increase the investment according to the situation. After thinking for a while, Lucamine also said directly. And did not ask Arthur for this technology, money to Arthur. 10 billion, Arthur nodded slightly. 10 billion may not be a big deal to Shilluff Group, Eevee Foundation and Devon Manufacturing Company. Their assets are far beyond the trillion level. 10 billion is indeed an astronomical figure for normal people. But for Lucamine it is not small. But it is not particularly large, it's also okay. I need you to build momentum for me at that time. And join in the form of investment shares and give you 20% of the shares at that time. After thinking about it, Arthur also said, *20%. That's fine, just leave it to our children. Lucamine said with a smile, to be honest. She doesn't care much about the 20% of the shares. Will she still be short of money? The last thing she needs is money, okay. But Lusamine is still very happy to occupy a certain position in his father's business for his own children. What don't you like, children? Seeing Arthur's appearance, Lusamine's face changed slightly, and she asked in a slightly nervous tone. Looking at Lusamine's appearance, he also began to fantasize about his own child. With the looks of him and Lusamine, their child would not be bad, right? She doesn't have the big ambitions and ideals of the Rockets. What she wants to do is to rescue her parents from the Ultra Wormhole. Even if they are no longer theirs, she must find their bodies and retaliate, Mutuo. Lusamine's heart trembled. Didn't she cooperate with the Rockets for the legendary Pokémon? Our child, Arthur murmured absently, is this Mutuo? Lusamine's beautiful eyes flashed a glimmer of excitement. It seems that the cooperation with the Rockets is still very promising. It's just that the Rockets are so ambitious. It was very dangerous. It was impossible for Arthur to get deeper and deeper in the Rockets. He had to find a way to get Arthur out of the Rockets. The base of the Rockets, after thinking for a while, Arthur also turned the video to the side of Mutuo. This is Mutuo, the Pokémon created by the Rockets. Besides 760, Lusamine just wants the family to be safe. She knew that Arthur already had 5 badges now, and the remaining 2 badges if Arthur worked hard. He could definitely get them within a month, yes. The Pokémon, Mutuo that carries the dreams of countless people in the Rockets and the future. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth. If her appearance was seen by other people, she might be too shocked to speak. Giovanni did not restrict his mobile phone signal, nor told him not to expose Lusamine to see Mutuo. So Arthur also directly showed Lusamine Mutuo, who is still developing blood. You know, Lusamine has always given people the impression of being a domineering and arrogant female president, or even a domineering queen. When will she show this little Stephanie look, is that so? Hearing Arthur's words, Lusamine also breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Your place doesn't seem to be in the wild, where is it? Before, the boss of Team Rocket mentioned to himself that Team Rocket was creating a secret weapon. But it turned out to be such a Pokémon. And it seemed to be successful. How? Arthur shook his head slightly. It's just that I was thinking how cute our future child will be. Arthur had promised himself that he would come to the Alola region after the trip. How is your strength? Lusamine asked with anticipation in his eyes. I don't know for now, but its psychic can already subtly influence other people's thoughts, causing people to have negative emotions. Arthur said helplessly. Giovanni would be subtly influenced by Mutuo's psychic. Let alone anyone else than you. Lusamine hurriedly asked worriedly. What if Arthur was also influenced by Mutuo in particular? Wouldn't it be bad if Arthur was led to negative emotions by Mutuo, and then broke up with himself or something? Me. It's fine for now. Don't you know that I have special abilities? Arthur said teasingly. Lusamine is definitely the woman who understands the power of Waveguide best. Hearing Arthur's words, Lusamine also gave Arthur a blank look. This guy is not serious. And she is probably the first woman to know that the power of Waveguide also has a wave effect. But is it really okay to say this in front of Mutuo? Then she realized some problems, and quickly asked, You can get in touch with Mutuo. It seems that your status in the Rockets is not low. But if you tell me about Mutuo in this way, will there be any problems? Even Lusamine is now full of fear of the Rockets. She thinks that she is not weak, and will not be much weaker than those champions. There are also many high-level people in the Eevee Foundation, but it will not be better than the Huruf group. The Rockets can blow up the headquarters of the Huruf group and her Eevee Foundation. Her only advantage is that the Rockets are in the Alola region, which is not a big deal power. It's okay, I can decide this matter, Tilda. Arthur said non-committally, although there may be some people in the Rockets who have problems. But in the general direction, you just have to believe in me like normal and believe in the Rockets. Lusamine immediately understood the inner meaning of this sentence. Arthur has a very high status in the Rockets. But Arthur is only that age. And Arthur also has a few powerful elite Pokémon, which normal people can't get. Arthur's identity is also very special. And now Arthur can tell himself the information about Mutuo. In this way, Arthur is very likely to be a relative of the boss of the Rockets. And he is a very close person, even being raised as an heir. Knowing this, Lusamine was both worried and at ease. Worried because she was worried that Arthur might do something big in the future. She was worried about Arthur's safety. Then she thought of her own plans, which seemed dangerous enough, however. There will be no problem with her cooperation with the Rockets. In the future, she and the Rockets will become the most indestructible allies. So how long do you plan to stay there? After the two chatted for a few more words, Lusamine also asked helplessly. There was another flash of psychic on Mutuo's side, and it disappeared in a flash. But Arthur understood Wang Lijiao what Mutuo meant, and it understood his own meaning. As for how Mutuo should control his body, Arthur didn't know either. He could only try his best to guide Mutuo to control his body. All right then. Although Lusamine felt a little helpless, she agreed. Letter 3005 Mutuo, can you hear me? Arthur asked Mutuo through the wave guide. Didn't anyone find the last chapter? I left an Easter egg. What? Very well, for a while I will help you and master your body. Then Arthur said again with a smile. Seeing no one around, Eevee couldn't help but come out. Now that she knows about Mutuo, she also has a little more confidence in the Rockets. Maybe in the future her goal can really be realized. I will come to retaliate that Black's ultimate beast. Psychic of Mutuo once again rioted. Arthur quickly said, calm down first. You can't leave this glass vessel yet. Once this thing is destroyed, it will cause harm to yourself. You need to control your strength well, and then use your consciousness to master your body. After all, it was the rocket team's high technology. The cracked glassware had recovered within this period of time. I will try my best to come here, but I still need to help Mutuo to control my body. And I will come over then. Arthur said helplessly, it seems that I am the only one who can get close to Mutuo at the moment. While Arthur was guiding Mutuo, Eevee couldn't help but get out of the Pokémon balls. By Chinese letter, Eevee looked at Arthur with displeasure. He didn't like being in the Pokémon ball very much, but this time he stayed in it for so long, which made Eevee very uncomfortable. She has good news and wants to tell Arthur in person. Okay, let's get started, Arthur said, taking a deep breath. After the two chatted for a while, Arthur hung up the phone. And then he looked at Mutuo again and pressed his hand on the glass vessel again. Hearing Arthur's words, Mutuo's psychic also gradually calmed down, and it seemed that it had understood Arthur's words. Obviously, this thing has the ability of self-recovery, as long as it is not destroyed all at once. This glass vessel has the ability of self-repair, okay. Eevee, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll make you something delicious later. Arthur coaxed quickly, but fortunately, the arrogant Eevee didn't make things difficult for Arthur, and it quickly accepted Arthur's begrudgingly apology. Immediately afterwards, Eevee quickly noticed Mutuo beside him, and his hairs exploded again. The strength of this Pokémon is probably not inferior to the Pokémon they encountered before. Chinese letter, Eevee said that he was so uncomfortable. He thought he was strong enough now, even if it was the Pokémon of the gym trainer. He could abuse them one by one. But now there are two such powerful Pokémon in a row. Can you still make Pokémon play well? No. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Eevee has set a goal for himself within 1 year. He will have the ability to fight against that Pokémon alone. Struggle, the two words kept circling in Eevee's mind. Don't be afraid, Eevee, Mutuo is our friend. Arthur said with a smile. Boy, Eevee tilted 697's head. But looking at his trainer, Eevee also came to the glass vessel and pressed his fleshy little palm on the glass vessel. Mutuo's psychic fluctuated again. Friends, Arthur. Eevee's humans and Pokémon. Mutuo can no longer see his good friends Zio, AI Bulbasaur, Charmander, Retg, It felt as if it was trapped in a small dark room, and it wanted to get out, but it couldn't get out no matter what. Another voice came from time to time, Arthur Eevee. I really want to meet them. And with the appearance of this idea of Mutuo, everything in its eyes began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The small black house that trapped itself collapsed and cracked rapidly, and two blurred figures gradually appeared in front of its eyes. Are you awake? Arthur and Eevee were pleasantly surprised when they saw Mutuo wake up dead. This is really a coincidence. In other words, Mutuo was awakened by them. Are you Arthur? Is this Eevee? Mutuo asked Arthur telepathically, apparently. Mutuo can telepathically telepathize with Psychic even just after waking up. Yes, I'm Arthur and this is my Pokémon Eevee. Arthur said with a smile. So Eevee and I are Pokémon and Arthur is a human. In the next half an hour Mutuo kept asking Arthur. And Arthur didn't refuse. And patiently gave Mutuo. The commentator said, yes. Although you have intelligence comparable to human beings, you are indeed a Pokémon. You are a Pokémon created based on Mew. And you may be a unique existence, Arthur remembered. It seems that there will be a Mutuo in the future. But now this Mutuo is really unique, afterwards. Arthur also roughly told Mutuo about the purpose of the rockets and the outside situation, which made Mutuo also fall into silence. I am still very talented in this area. Let Mutuo not think about so many things. Do things with the rocket so no, it's saving the world. And seeing the limping Mutuo who was fooled by him, Arthur showed a satisfied look. He was born to save the world. He has the expectations of countless people, which makes Mutuo full of motivation, eager to help those humans and Pokémon who are in trouble. Now it looks like he was successful, finally. The harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon is achieved, so that all Pokémon and humans can become friends. This will make Mutuo have a more sense of mission. And there is no reason for Giovanni not to know about the situation here. But he still hasn't come here. It seems that Giovanni is also creating conditions for himself. This incident made Mutuo, who had just been born and was not deeply in the world, feel excited when he heard it. Isn't it more delicious than the so-called ruling the world and saving the world? Mutuo can have any bad intentions, it just hits the spot. It turns out that my own background is so ups and downs. Save the world and break the monopoly of those nobles on the common people. And let those damned people who hurt Pokémon be brought to justice one by one. In the original book even Mutuo can be allowed to run away, which is a bit too faint, the Pokémon that saved the world. Mutuo also asked a little confused. Although with Mutuo's understanding of outside knowledge at this time, Arthur can also deceive it seeing that it is his own Pokémon. Arthur is also confident that he can do better than Giovanni in the animation and special episodes. No, you are not my Pokémon, we will be friends but you are free. You are Mutuo. You may become one of the strongest Pokémon in the future. It is the Pokémon that may save the world. Arthur shook his head slightly said, let yourself be able to get more favor in front of Mutuo. Is that so? Eevee is your friend and your Pokémon. And I am your friend and your Pokémon too. Mutuo asked slightly confused. Mutuo has awakened, which is great news for the Rockets. But in order to facilitate the relationship between Arthur and Mutuo, and worried that other people will lead Mutuo to bad, Giovanni not only did not go to the laboratory to observe Mutuo, but even let the scientists involved in the research not get close to Mutuo. Originally, these scientists would be very dissatisfied with such a thing. After all, this is Mutuo. It is the research result of their whole life. Now that Mutuo has finally been manufactured and the consciousness is still awake. You don't let us see it, what does it mean? But when Giovanni took out the core of Deoxys, those scientists temporarily suppressed their curiosity. Mutuo. They will all have the opportunity to see it in the future. But alien Pokémon and aliens comparable to Rayquaza. This is really too rare, this is not a good dissection of Ba. If you don't study it carefully, you will be sorry for yourself as a result. The group of mad scientists in the rockets began to conduct research on Deoxys in full swing. As for Mutwo, as long as nothing happens, just leave it alone. In this way, Arthur chatted with Mutwo from time to time during the following period, and introduced him to the outside world from time to time, shaping a good outlook on life and values for him. Yes, I am the Pokémon copied by the rockets, but it is definitely not a copy, but a Pokémon with flesh and blood. And its duty is to save the world. Help Pokémon and human beings live in harmony and become friends. Mutwo is quite looking forward to such a thing. I was born to save the world. Although there is a lot of pressure, the second-year youths have never been afraid of hardships. Mutwo seems content with his duties. This also made Arthur slightly relieved. The life he arranged for Mutwo was obviously different from the original one. He was also worried that this would ruin Mutwo's teaching. But now it seems that his teaching seems to be corrective. And today is finally the time when Mutwo can come out and move freely. Pokémon Mutwo attribute Psychic Height 2m. Weight 122 kg. Ability Sense of Oppression Tension. Skills Laser Focus Confusion Disable Swift Life Do. Ancient Power Psycho Cut Safeguard Amnesia Sphere. Psychic Power Swap Guard Swap Strength Elite Advanced. Potential Tier 1 Gods. Systematic Evaluation. The Pokémon created by Muse genes seems to be born with inevitability and strong potential. If it finds its own path in the future, it may not be impossible to become a god of duty. Suggestion with a strong talent. Before the strength reaches the level of a god, you can continue to absorb the nutrient solution and grow unimpeded and smoothly. As for the others, whether it is fighting skills or fighting ability, you need to continue to exercise, as expected of Arthur. Perhaps it is the most correct choice to entrust his expectations to him. Staring at Arthur on the screen, Giovanni's mouth also raised a smile, obviously. For him at this moment, Arthur is more important than Mutwo. In the monitoring room far away, Giovanni, who was observing all Thizzleso, breathed a sigh of relief. Due to Arthur's identity, he now does not give himself and anyone other than the real bird the opportunity to watch the monitoring. It can finally come out and act. Mutwo has long been looking forward to the outside world. The only thing he lacks is age. Arthur has too many things and needs to grow up. But fortunately both Giovanni and Arthur are still young. And they still have time by mill. Eevee and Vulpix looked at Mutwo curiously. And they have been coming to visit Mutwo all this time. But unfortunately Mutwo can't move, and can only communicate with them through the glass container. Akino, I'll open this glass vessel for you, and you'll have to rest in it when you're resting. The liquid in it will be of great benefit to you in improving your strength, said Mutwo. Sometimes Mutwo would take advantage of Arthur's absence and ask them some strange questions, such as why they were with Arthur and why they fought for Arthur. Both Eevee and Vulpix answered honestly, which made them Mutwo believed in Arthur's words even more. Finally, after the nutrient solution was extracted, the glass cover was slowly opened, exposing Mutwo's body to the air. Congratulations, you are truly alive now. Arthur congratulated Mutwo with a smile. The real bird at the side was a little silent, indeed. As Giovanni said for today's rockets, Arthur is indeed the best successor. Knowing that Arthur was going to release Mutwo before, Giovanni was still very nervous. If Mutwo escaped, wouldn't they be in vain? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for an automatic subscription, please, by the way. Lily's new book is already on the shelves. You can go and have a look, Guangs. But now it seems that Arthur's education is very successful. Okay, don't worry. Mutwo was also very excited at the moment. Fortunately, it was Arthur. If some bad character rockets come, I'm afraid they will really bring Mutwo down. By the way, this is a present for you. Arthur fumbled in his backpack and found the mega catnip he drew from the system a few months ago. Before that, he was planning to leave it to some cat-like Pokémon. Now I see Mutwo. I suddenly remembered that Mutwo is tall and mighty. It is obviously a Pokémon of the Orberg Macho category. But it seems to be a cat too. The main reason is that Mew is too bad. And even the genes of Mewtwo have problems. Mew is like a kitten and Mewtwo is a cheetah type. I don't know if Mewtwo will like it. Arthur handed the catnip to Mewtwo, and Mewtwo accepted the catnip in some confusion. After smelling, the smell became restless for a moment. Took it to his nose and inhaled frantically. Get up, this feeling is simply addictive. Mewtwo is also a cat, Giovanni, who was watching the situation through the video, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Mewtwo's appearance is so familiar. My Persian, isn't it like this every time he smokes catnip? Does Mewtwo still like catnip? Maybe it has something to do with Mew. Makoto said with some uncertainty. She felt a little pitted. Such a tall and mighty Mewtwo likes to suck catnip in the end. Wouldn't it be shameful if it spread the word? And if the members of the Alliance know about this in the future and give Mewtwo some catnip during the battle? Will the battle continue when the time comes? The morale of the Rockets will probably be completely lost. Right, however, what they don't know is that the catnip thrown by Arthur is not only never used up, but the amount is also increased. If you let Persians suck it like Mewtwo, I'm afraid it's already burped. They are all cats, but there are differences between cats. Mewtwo's physical endurance is obviously not comparable to that of Persian. Well, don't miss out on Mewtwo's catnip supply in the future. Giovanni nodded slightly. And now Mewtwo needs to serve delicious food like a grandfather. If it made Mewtwo unhappy and ran away, that would be the worst thing, yes. Makoto didn't know how to complain, but he nodded in agreement. It's just that the Mewtwo in their hearts, which was supposed to be a tall and mighty god of war, is gone forever. Even if Mewtwo will show great strength in the future, it will not change the fact that it is a cat. Even the real bird in Giovanni began to fantasize about the picture of Mew sucking catnip. It should be a kitten, right, after smoking catnip for a while. Mewtwo reluctantly removed the catnip and said to Arthur apologetically, "Sorry, this smells really good. I kept you waiting for so long." But obviously, Mewtwo couldn't do such a thing. However, he also felt a little embarrassed in his heart. It seemed that Arthur had seen his embarrassing face. Is the father Giovanni, the mother is Mew? Arthur was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. It seems that if he calculates carefully, Mewtwo can indeed be regarded as Giovanni's child, with Mewtwo gradually controlling his body. And now he can control his violent psychic. Giovanni no longer needs to worry about being influenced by Mewtwo subtly. I don't know how the Mewtwo in the animation was taught by Giovanni to become a middle school boy who only wants to make trouble, just to create a good relationship between Arthur and Mewtwo. Giovanni's still bide has never come over with Mewtwo. They may not be able to fight Alliance in the future. Your uncle, the person who created you, is that my father? Mewtwo's eyes lit up instantly. It already knew its own identity. But other people have parents, so it naturally expects itself to have parents, Mewtwo. I'll take you to see my uncle now, the one who created you. Then Arthur said to Mewtwo again, similarly. They also want to protect Mewtwo to grow up as soon as possible. Under Arthur's teaching, Mewtwo's outlook on life and values is obviously very good. At least for now, it is a polite Pokémon. It's okay as long as you like it, Arthur said with a smile. Thank you, Arthur, Mewtwo then said calmly. Today's Mewtwo is not particularly strong, after all. It has just been born, and Mewtwo needs to grow up as soon as possible. If the people of the Alliance know the current situation of Mewtwo, they will probably deal with Mewtwo at all costs. After all, this is a beast that has not grown up, and still in the hands of the Rockets. If you want to read Lily's new book, just search Lily directly. If it is based on blood relationship, I am not your father. If it is based on causality, I am indeed your father. It is indeed I who created you at this time. The door of the laboratory opened, and Giovanni and Jean Bird came over from outside. He nodded to Arthur, then looked at Mewtwo and said, "The picture of Mewtwo smoking catnip just now is too ruinous. If Mewtwo can lift his legs and rub his head, Then it will be more visually appealing. Every time I watch Mutwo through the screen. This is undoubtedly the biggest hole card for the Rockets in the future. Mutwo stared closely at Giovanni had seen this man. From Arthur had a photo with Arthur's indeed. As Giovanni said, the other party is his causal father. This also gave Mutwo a lot of understanding of Giovanni. According to its understanding, many people outside now regard Pokémon as friends and relatives. But there are also many people who only regard Pokémon as a tool. Alliance is really good in some aspects, such as Pokémon Center, where wild Pokémon can get free treatment. And the price of trainer to treat Pokémon is not very expensive, which is within the range that everyone can afford. In the Pokémon Center, there are also cheap food and accommodation, which are cheaper than staying in hotels and eating out. Arthur also told Mutwo about these things, and he didn't blindly discredit the Alliance. These things are the benefits of the Alliance for everyone. But this is also the contribution of the Joey family. What does it have to do with the old men in the Alliance? The Pokémon 23 Shell Center is run by the Joey family. They gave up the benefits planned by the Alliance. This was originally a place where the Alliance made money for them. But the Joey family chose the current model and never relied on Pokémon. The center makes money, and since the house and land are still free, this also makes the food and accommodation in the Pokémon Center cheaper than outsiders. However, since there are only a few types of food in the Pokémon Center, and the accommodation conditions are limited, many people need to live together, which makes trainers like Arthur would rather stay outside than eat Pokémon Center meals. Alliance has no objection to this either. Their benefits are given to the Joey family, but the Joey family doesn't want to make money from it, and they have no choice. Are they going to force the Joey family to make money from it? Moreover, for them, this matter has only advantages and no disadvantages. The reputation is earned by the Alliance similarly. Not all the high-level members of the Alliance are scammers. For example, Yulong the Oak family and the Juncha family are actually very good and have a good reputation. But there are not a few people like the Shilla family, and even accounted for more than 80% of those families. The Rockets are indeed hostile to the big families, but they will not target those good families. What they want to attack are only those leech life bugs on the Alliance for the sake of the rich and unkind. And that kind of people also don't regard Pokémon as friends and relatives. Under the influence of the surrounding environment, they also regard Pokémon as tools and Pokémon as animals. And most of the people involved in buying and selling Pokémon are these people. For the sake of profit, they don't mind doing anything. Mutwo was very moved by Giovanni's words, and it was such a bold gesture to recognize a Pokémon as his son. As everyone knows, if Mutwo wants to recognize his father, I am afraid that there are many people in the Alliance who want to line up to do it. I'd better call you Mr. Giovanni after thinking about it. Mutwo said the same thing, making it unrealistic to call you Dad directly. Relatively speaking, it is better to call him Mr. This also speeds up the growth of the little ones a lot. Giovanni is indeed a veteran powerhouse. He has unique insights in both Pokémon battles and breeders, especially in the ground system. Looking at it this way, it seems that it is not impossible. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. Unrequited love go, of course. Giovanni showed a gentle smile on the face of an uncle. During this period of time, he didn't do anything. This base is definitely a relatively important base for the Rockets. The training facilities inside are very complete, and they are all noobs. It seems that they are prepared for Mutwo in the future. Now it was cheaper Arthur. Her expression was quickly captured by Arthur, and Arthur's expression also became extremely strange. This woman, could it be that she likes Giovanni? Then mute worst for a while 203, I want to train Pokémon too. Arthur said to Mutwo with a smile, and then left with Giovanni. But he didn't point out this point. He didn't even have the idea of being a matchmaker. This woman usually doesn't know how to bribe himself. So why should he help her? Arthur's Gabite is not only taught by Cynthia's Garchomp, but also taught by Giovanni, a ground master. If others knew about it, they would be too shocked to speak. What a strong lineup of mentors. But this is an exciting thing for Giovanni and Arthur. Everything is moving in a good direction. As a middle-aged uncle, Mew is still very attractive. After all, Shintori said before that she likes men of the uncle type. Isn't Giovanni just like that? Arthur's Pokémon can not only use the most upscale training facilities here, but also get personal guidance from Giovanni. This smile was different in the eyes of the real bird at the side. The boss Giovanni actually smiled Dotha's damn evil smile. Since this is the first time for Mutwo to leave the nutrient solution, it is not good to stay outside for too long. And it will go back soon. And then the time will be extended little by little. It's so handsome. When Arthur came to his dedicated training room, Venusaur had recovered from his injuries and was spitting toxic at the ring target not far away. Seeing this, Arthur was stunned for a while. His own Venusaur was not only very talented in the grass system, but also quite good in the poison system. Every time he sees Venusaur using toxic, Arthur is horrified. He was worried that he was accidentally poisoned, and he would not even have the chance to use the antidote in the future. Fortunately, Venusaur can't use acid otherwise. This Pokémon is really unacceptable. Gabite kept chopping the special metal with his claws. This special metal is much stronger than normal's Orberg, but Gabite still left a series of scratches on it. What Gabite left behind at the same time, it continues to work hard trying to leave more scratches, and even destroy this special metal. Wartortle is holding a 100 kg barbell on the side. It has evolved into a Wartortle for a while. Anyone who knows Pokémon can find that Arthur's Wartortle is definitely much stronger than a normal Wartortle. Even Gary, the one with the tortoise, has a thinner circle on the arm than my own tortoise. Only recently, Volcarona seems to have encountered a problem. Arthur has never needed to worry about its training, and it is also the hardest among Arthur's Pokémon. In terms of physical exercise, Wartortle is definitely a gifted existence. Whether it is push-ups or running with weights, Wartortle can do it easily. Maybe only sit-ups are hard to get Wartortle right. It's finally about to hatch, Keldeo. Arthur looked at the light shining on the eggs, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For a long time before, they all thought that their strength was already very strong, and they would never encounter any big rivals. But when they met Deoxys, they knew how weak their strength was, and they wanted to become brittle. Vulpix's performance during this period also made Arthur a little satisfied. He didn't give Vulpix the precious jade of Articuno before, because he was worried that after Vulpix got that thing, he would lose his ambition with Vulpix's body. It might be difficult to bear the energy inside. Entering this training ground, Eevee and Vulpix also found equipment one after another and started their own training. Arthur looked at the Pokémon egg in Volcarona's arms with anticipation. Sure enough, the waveguide inside began to gradually change. A large number of waveguides began to surge continuously, and the whole egg Xiaomao also began to emit white light. The light flickered. It seemed that it was really about to hatch. Eevee came to an object that looked like a sandbag, and the short and cute tail exuded white light, and whipped the sandbag every time he hit the sandbag. It made a loud boom and boom, obviously. Eevee's Orberg tail. I have already practiced to a certain level. If the sandbags were not specially made, I am afraid they would have been damaged by Eevee, however. What Arthur didn't expect was that just after Arthur finished complaining, the Pokémon egg began to emit a faint light. Is it about to hatch? Volcarona continued to incubate the eggs on the sidelines. Currently, Volcarona had 3 eggs to incubate. As a professional hatching moths, Volcarona indeed possessed a powerful talent in this regard. A lot of people are complaining that Ash has not subdued a beast in 20 years. Well, there are actually some. When in Alola region, Ash still subdued Melmeta. Although it is a phantom beast, we normal also treat it as a mythical beast. The record is not very good, being abused all the way. Togepi's egg has been hatched for more than 2 months. This egg has not moved for a long time. It seems that even Volcarona can't hatch Togepi. It's not that Volcarona can't hatch Togepi, but that Togepi didn't recognize him as Arthura trainer. Therefore, I plan to wear Articuno's jewel after Vulpix evolves. Vulpix on the other hand aimed at distant targets, constantly spitting out powered snow attacks. And with the continuous hard training of other Pokémon, Vulpix, the weakest member of Arthur Pokémon, became more and more stable, which made Vulpix very nervous. Nervous, worried that Arthur would send it back the refor. It has also worked hard in training, and it is not far from the level where it can evolve. Even Ice-type Pokémon can be frozen, and the energy in the gem is obviously not something a weak Vulpix can bear. Arthur has to wait for its strength to improve before Arthur dares to let it try. The hatching of Flash Ralts may still take a while, and Arthur doesn't know when the other Pokémon egg will start hatching, which makes Arthur a little impatient, after all. He is looking forward to this Pokémon more than Flash Ralts hatching. That's right. The Pokémon egg obtained in the Huruf incident is exactly Keldio's Pokémon egg. Although the strength may not be very strong, it is still a phantom beast. Jengar and Aerodactyl are working hard to improve their strength, and it is obvious that the previous Deoxys incident had a great impact on them. Keldeo, also known as the Little Pony by some, is one of the legendary sacred sword warriors and one of the few Eudemons who are good at fighting. Many Eudemons also belong to the ranks of the legendary Pokémon. Among them are Arceus and Mew, who stand on the ceiling, and many of them have powerful special abilities, but most of them are not very good at fighting. The Little Pony is the kind of phantom beast that is better at fighting. Mewtwo and Keldeo, they are fully developed, can definitely become the biggest boost to the Rockets. It's just a pity that Keldeo has attributes of fighting and water, and no dragon or ice attributes otherwise. Arthur can make them grow up in the shortest possible time, whether it is Eudemons or legendary Pokémon. The growth time is extremely long. Some legendary Pokémon have even spent hundreds of years without reaching the level of gods. That is, they have not even reached the level of champions. This point can be understood by 520 after all. The more powerful the Pokémon, the longer its growth period will be. Take Arthur's Gabite as an example. If it is a normal Pokémon, given the resources it consumes, it must at least grow to gymnasium level. You must know that Arthur's Gabite talent is extremely high. If it were normal's Gabite, the growth rate would only be slower. The legendary Pokémon grow more slowly. They have high potential and long lifespan. Many legendary Pokémon will choose to cooperate with humans if they want to grow quickly. Now Keldeo is about to hatch and Mewtwo has also been created. But this is not the end. Next, let them grow. And I don't know how much time it will take, however. Arthur is confident that he will be able to cultivate them as soon as possible. Moreover, the existence of Keldeo is also of great benefit to Arthur. Sacred sword warriors like Keldeo are all upright Pokémon. Will the person it chooses be a bad person? This can also bring great popularity to Arthur and the others. Even though their rockets are an evil force in the eyes of the Alliance, they are still good people. The situation of the Keldeo egg also quickly attracted the attention of other Pokémon, but soon resumed training. They all knew that the hatching process might take a while. Even if it was help with hatching moths, it was not after a Willate can be hatched. Arthur also began to prepare the things that Keldeo would need after he was born. Use Moo Moo milk to make energy cubes and advanced nutrient liquid lotus. Fortunately, the most advanced nutrient solution on the market, which costs tens of thousands of yuan per milliliter, is calculated in tons at the base of the rockets. These are all prepared for Mewtwo, but Arthur can take some out for Keldeo to use. When Arthur got everything ready, Keldeo's Pokémon egg became brighter and brighter. Finally, there was a sound of cracking and cracking. And finally, Keldeo was about to hatch. The sound of the eggshell cracking continued to increase. And soon a part of the eggshell cracked, a hole was opened. and a pony head drilled out of it, CDDJ mom. Keldeo got his head out of the eggshell, looked at Arthur, and called out in a childish voice. Arthur's face darkened immediately. He was naturally happy to have a good relationship with Keldeo. But Keldeo, what do you mean by calling me mom? And Keldeo is worthy of being a phantom beast. Just a newborn Keldeo can speak human words. And it really has its own peculiarities. Not normal Pokémon can compare Pokémon, Keldeo. Attribute fighting water height 0. 4m racial average height is 1, 4m weight 12. 2 kg racial average weight is 48, 5 kg. Ability Heart of Justice. Skills Aquajet Leer Double Kick Bubble Beam Takedown. Strength Novice Potential Level 2 God. System Review Eudemons with great potential. Suitable for fighting currently in the infancy stage. Quite attached to the host. Suggestion: newly born phantom beasts need a lot of energy to improve their strength. This is a critical period for phantom beasts to grow. It is recommended to use nutrient solution for long-term soaking and absorption. Can use mystic water ginseng moo milk as main food. Holy shit, what did I see? When did mystic water become so useless? Is it going to be directly used for milk? I really don't have the money to protect the rockets. As expected of Eudemons. Thinking about this expense would scare people to death. Arthur is now very emotional. Those big bosses who started the game. Where did they get the money and resources to make them grow? No, these bosses don't need to worry about food. When the legendary Pokémon reaches a certain level, they can absorb the energy in the environment and don't want to eat. It's not mother, it's Arthur, Arthur quickly corrected. Being regarded as a parent by his own Pokémon. But actually being a trainer is quite happy. Even for some people who really love Pokémon. This is their honor. But it is all based on the fact that Pokémon can't speak. And trainer can't understand. But now Keldeo can speak human language and calls him mother. How can Arthur accept this, mom? Keldeo yelled as before. Not knowing where he heard this word tilde. Just looking at this cute little guy. Arthur didn't know how to say no, let's just be mom. Anyway, no one would really regard themselves as its mother. It's just that with the birth of Keldeo, Arthur has a lot of troubles. Keldeo must be brought by his side. Which is different from Mutuo. Mutuo already had a life of his own. It belonged to the Rockets. And he needed it to fight against the Alliance in the future. Naturally, it was impossible for Arthur to bring Mutuo by his side. And bringing Mutuo by his side would only limit Mutuo's growth. As for Keldeo, looking at the cute Keldeo, Arthur was a little silent, even with a systematic help. If you want to cultivate Keldeo, it may not work in a few years. Right? How about raising him as a son first? As for devoting all resources to Keldeo, I'm sorry that Arthur is not that stupid. And it is even more impossible to do so, after all. Keldeo will indeed become stronger in the future. But using the same resources as Keldeo to cultivate champions is enough for Arthur to cultivate at least 10 champion Pokémon. In terms of short-term benefits, it is definitely more suitable for Arthur to cultivate 10 Pokémon. What's more, Keldeo is also a shady Pokémon. Before Arthur's Pokémon has grown up, the existence of Keldeo Evan for Arthur does more harm than good. However, this also gave Arthur hope. A Pokémon that is destined to amaze everyone in the future. This requires Arthur to spend a lot of resources, at present. Most of Arthur's treasures are obtained through the system. And he doesn't know what will happen in the future. But it is unrealistic to use all the resources on Keldeo. Not to mention that what the system gives may not be suitable for Keldeo. Arthur needs other Pokémon to carry out the Alliance competition. Not to mention no matter how powerful Keldeo is. Other Pokémon also my own family. But I don't know how long it will take to cultivate it. Then come to this Poké Ball first. Arthur took out a Pokémon Ball and said to Keldeo, "This is a Poké Ball dedicated to the system. Found by the Alliance. Bear the power of the legendary Pokémon. And after subduing Pokémon, the others are ignored. So what is the difference between this and the world's mightiest Pokémon hunter of One Ball Superman? Asking for flowers and ask for flowers. Ask for monthly tickets, ask for automatic subscriptions. What? There are not many mythical beasts. And the only one that is really carried with you is Keldeo for a long time. Although Keldeo was a little confused, he still knocked his head and it turned into a red light and penetrated into the Pokémon ball. After that, the Poké ball hardly shook at all and made a thud, which made Arthur slightly relieved. He said that he finally conquered the first Udemons 0. It is unacceptable for Arthur to let his Pokémon fall into the predicament of having no resources and unable to improve quickly. What is the difference between this and Ash but Eevee, who was watching from the side, was very upset his position. It seems to be threatened by someone. Then he noticed the angry look of Eevee. He quickly picked it up under Eevee's shy look and said, "Don't worry, Eevee. We will become the strongest together in the future." He knew that Eevee had always been full of uneasiness. It wasn't a distrust of Arthur, but an instinct left by the long-term consideration of gains and losses as a wild Pokémon. It didn't need to train itself so hard, and it didn't need to worry about whether it would be killed, abandoned by trainer. Seeing Keldeo's appearance, Arthur sighed softly. He stretched out his head and touched Keldeo's head. Keldeo immediately showed a look of enjoyment, therefore. Arthur often needs to say some sweet words to coax Eevee, and this set is often very useful. Isn't Arthur's expression like his own in the past? But after becoming Arthur's Pokémon, Eevee has been working hard to train and improve himself, worrying that his strength will not be able to help Arthur, and he will be abandoned. This kind of anxiety has always troubled Eevee, even if it knows that Arthur is not people like that. The more I like Arthur, the more I like Eevee. It's like a couple in love. Sometimes Stephanie also worries about what will happen if the two break up. A special nutrient solution can even be injected inside, allowing Pokémon to absorb the nutrient solution inside. Stephanie's son-in-law just likes to hear such nice words, even if they worry about gains and losses soon afterward. The legendary Pokémon are very strong, but they are too strong in Arthur's opinion. If you can't use ordinary Pokémon to win the Alliance competition and have the strength of an elite or a champion, then what's the point of all this as a member of the Rockets? He naturally hopes that the stronger his Pokémon, the better. But as a trainer, he wants to lead his ordinary Pokémon to the top. Arthur did not hide the existence of Keldeo from Giovanni, which also made Giovanni stunned. He worked so hard and 2 generations of the Rockets to produce a Mutwo. As a result, Arthur could pick it up outside. 3-3 to pick up Keldeo's Pokémon egg. Is there such a big difference in being a human being? As for Arthur being able to subdue Keldeo, Giovanni is still very advanced. Even though Keldeo needs a lot of resources to cultivate, Giovanni feels that everything is worthwhile. He immediately said that the Rockets will cover all of Keldeo's resource needs. However, Arthur, who is familiar with the economic situation of the Rockets, chose to refuse. A Mutwo is almost unbearable, and with Keldeo, forget it. Now I am a person with a company anyway, not to mention. There is leucemine behind him, his stomach is not good, and he can still eat soft food. What's more, all he needs now are those nutrient solutions. Although the nutrient solutions are expensive, they can still be purchased. Arthur and Alakazam have calculated that in the next year or so, Keldeo will need to sleep in the Pokémon ball for a long time and absorb the nutrient solution for a long time, which will consume a lot of money. But the cost performance is the highest. After leucemine found out about Keldeo, although she was very surprised, but in order to support her man, she decisively said that Arthur does not need to worry about the problem of nutrient solution. Their Etha Foundation can produce this nutrient solution. In the future, Keldeo's consumption. She contracted all of them, but it's not without cost, that is. Within a month, I must go to the Alola region, and Arthur has no choice but to embark on the journey again. Then Mutwo, I'll leave first. You have to grow up here and become a hero. Arthur also said to the reluctant Mutwo before leaving. Okay, if you are in danger, remember to call me for help. Mutwo nodded heavily and urged Arthur again. Now it can barely fight for a short time. There is a kind of stubbornness in Eevee's bones, and it likes to challenge those powerful Pokémon. So Mutwo, you better turn fishy as soon as possible. Fuchsia City is a city with a huge area, but it is not considered a big city. There are wild wilderness areas and vast grasslands here, but the population is not very large, and it belongs to the kind of city with a large area and a sparse population. During this period of time, he encountered several legendary Pokémon one after another. Such a thing is probably very rare in human history, okay? Arthur chuckled, although he didn't think that the current Mutwo could help him much. He was still a person with 3 elite Pokémon, however. His wife urged him to pay the public rations, and Arthur couldn't do anything about it. So it should be interesting if 5-9 beats the opponent, right? Same as when he left. Arthur was also sent away by the real bird on a private plane. When he came to the vicinity of Fuchsia City, Arthur also felt a little bit like a world away. We can only travel first otherwise. Arthur can definitely stay here until the Alliance competition before leaving. However, Arthur naturally knew about Mutwo's kindness. But once he encountered something that he felt was dangerous, even Mutwo would not be able to bear it. And asking for help was also asking for help from the future Mutwo. Now Arthur has seen 3 of them in a short period of time. Although Mutwo is destined and Keldeo is given by the system, it is Arthur's luck to meet Deoxys. Although it is not good luck, it is still bad. For this base, Arthur is still very nostalgic. It has the best training equipment in the world. As a trainer, it is hard not to like this place. What's more, Giovanni also teaches himself from time to time. Help trains Pokémon by himself, which makes Arthur's command the ability has also been improved to a certain extent. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for automatic subscriptions, please. It also recognized covet. And if he defeated the powerful Pokémon, Arthur would think he would recognize himself even more. Booyah! Oh, hearing Arthur's words, Eevee showed an excited expression instead. Arthur could say that he was very strong. So the gym trainer's strength is pretty good. The reason why legendary Pokémon are legendary Pokémon is mainly because they almost only exist in legends. And normal people will never see one in their lifetime. Let's go Eevee challenge the gymnasium tomorrow, and try to collect the remaining badges within a month. Then go to Alola region and find Lusamine. Arthur said to Eevee on his shoulder. The Fuchsia City Gymnasium trainer is very strong. However, it is also considered by many people to be one of the best livable cities in the Kanto region. According to statistics, there are nearly 200 large and small parks in Fuchsia City. And there are even many Pokémon theme parks, such as the Slowpoke theme park, which even has hundreds of Slowpoke living in it. Arthur can't tell whether this model is good or not. These Pokémon are actually wild. They can be fed by humans here. At least they don't need to worry about food. But too much contact with Pokémon by humans will also affect Pokémon's original life. There are pros and cons to this, and Arthur couldn't say anything. After a good night's rest in Fuchsia City, he went to the Pokémon Center again to send out the ice cream he owed to Cynthia as soon as possible. Sometime Agon Rocket Hideouth prepared the ice cream, but he couldn't send it out. It was a few days late, and Cynthia came to remind him on 23. Arthur was helpless about it anyway. This girl can be regarded as his teacher, and he respects Cynthia very much so this time. He put a little bit of ruthlessness in the ice cream, and told her to eat alone otherwise if something goes wrong. Don't blame yourself as a disciple. It's not too much to give ice cream full of sincerity, right? As for whether Cynthia as a teacher can accept this ice cream, it is not a question that Arthur needs to think about. This time I put more emotion into making ice cream than I put into cooking for Lusamine before. After delivering the ice cream, Arthur temporarily let go of his worries, and then walked towards the Fuchsia City Gymnasium. Unlike other gymnasiums built in the city center, the Fuchsia Gymnasium was built in the dense forest not far from Fuchsia City. Or this forest also belongs to the urban area. But this city is really too big. According to the prompt on the Pokémon watch, Arthur walked all the way towards the Fuchsia Gymnasium. And at the same time, he used the waveguide to sense the surroundings vigilantly along the way. This gym is famous for its pitfalls, for Kage's okay. He is a powerful elite trainer but his daughter's sister. Daughter special chapter and game is the daughter. Animation is the younger sister, but it is very pitiful of. Arthur doesn't want tragedy even if something happened. The other party apologizes to himself but what's the use? And he prepared some presentations for Koga and his daughter. If the Fuchsia gym trainer connives at his daughter to hurt the passing trainer, and such things get publicized, Koga may not only fail to become the Elite Four of the Johto region. Even the gym will need to be investigated. Especially for Koga's daughter. The existence of such a dark history is enough to prevent her from inheriting the gym. Sure enough, when Arthur was about to arrive at the Fuchsia gym, two shurikens flew towards Arthur from different directions. Arthur quickly turned around to avoid a shuriken. And Eevee on his shoulder also jumped, opened his mouth and bit another shuriken with his teeth, and then spit it out quickly. Arthur looked at the shuriken and his face sank. If it was just a shuriken, might not be able to accept it. But what do you mean by directly extracting poison from the shuriken? Do you think you can't kill people, Papa? After Arthur dodged two shurikens, a burst of applause sounded from the treetops beside him. And a girl in a ninja uniform said proudly, "Very good. Well, you can escape two bursts of my shuriken." Eevee used the shadow ball. Arthur said directly to Eevee regardless of what the other party said. At this moment, the evidence is conclusive. If the other party attacked him first, then he is entitled to attack the other party. This is his own self-defense. Even if you kill the other party, as long as you have evidence to prove that the other party attacked you for no reason, then there is no problem even if you kill the other party. And it is impossible for Eevee to directly attack the other party's body. It's not wrong for him to want to cheat Koga. And he also wants to teach this woman a lesson. But he doesn't want to kill people and become an endless enemy with Koga. After all, the other party is also an elite trainer. What? Seeing the opponent's Eevee directly using Shadow Ball to attack, Janine 607 was frightened and turned pale at this time. Shouldn't the other party ask who they are and why they do this? And then know that they are the daughter of the gym trainer. And this is a test for them. Then the other party thanked me. Why would the other party directly attack themselves? Boom! The shadow ball directly attacked the branch that Janine was standing on. And the branch broke, causing Janine to fall directly from the branch and land heavily on the ground. Oh, it hurts. Falling from a height of more than 3 meters. Janine couldn't stop crying, and at the same time complained to Arthur, "You be ****D. What are you doing? What are you asking me to do? I still want to ask you what to do, shoot trainer for no reason. And there is toxic on the weapon." Arthur sneered and said, "I now suspect that you have something to do with the rockets. I'll go see Miss Junsha fire the rockets." Janine was confused at the moment. She just wanted to play around. But now she was misunderstood as the rockets. She quickly explained, "How could I be the rockets? I am Janine, the daughter of Fuchsia gym trainer." Goddess Sarish is already in a panic at this moment. No matter what is just a little Stephanie in her teens. If caught as Team Rocket, she would be in huge trouble, hee. As the daughter of the gym trainer, how could she attack the challenger for no reason? If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I might have been killed by your poisonous shuriken. How can you behave like this, that you're not Team Rocket? Arthur sneered, "But don't you have nothing to do?" Janine said aggrievedly, "That's my quick reaction. As an ordinary person, I'm already dead," Arthur chuckled. But Janine was speechless and said to her weakly, "Actually, I'm ready for antidote. Is it just a matter of poison? What if you were killed by your shuriken?" Arthur also laughed angrily. "A brat like this deserves to be beaten." "Janine, this time you are wrong at this time." A man with a gloomy complexion suddenly appeared on the treetop beside him and said in a serious tone, Then he jumped again directly not far from Arthur, Dad, the owner of the Fuchsia Gym, Koga. Arthur said coldly, "It is really difficult to challenge your gym. Other gym may hurt Pokémon and your gym will be fatal." "Sorry." Koga bowed and apologized. This time it was Janine's fault. "Please forgive her for being young. And I am willing to take all responsibilities, Dad." Janine looked at her father in disbelief. Her father is a recognized elite-level trainer. And he will go to the elite challenge after a while. And now he has to apologize to people like this. This made her realize the seriousness of the matter. This time she may have really caused trouble. Arthur didn't care at all. Koga is indeed very powerful. He is an elite trainer, but then could it be that he is worse? Ahem is indeed not Koga's rival now. But Arthur believes that he can definitely beat Koga in the future. Just apologizing and wanting to expose this matter. Where is there such a good thing in this world? Is your family's apology money? Everyone likes it. Or did you eat the face fruit? I need to give you this face. This is what it should be, Koga said after taking a deep breath. But in fact he was very annoyed in his heart. Because he acted irritated Janine. And he was upset that Arthur didn't give him any face. Arthur had done this in Vermilion City before. And Majishi felt aggrieved when he wanted to come. And Koga did the same. He met a cheating daughter. Not apologizing yet. Koga snapped, seeing his daughter still in a daze. Will the Alliance accept a gym trainer who directly attacks the challenger? It can be said that Koga has been tricked this time. And he has nothing to do. The young man in front of him is from the perspective of a victim. If it were him, he might be very angry, right? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a custom subscription, please. You know, Miss. Joey also has the responsibility to supervise the gym trainer. If the trainer encounters unfair treatment when challenging the gym, or finds that the gym trainer has violated the rules, they can go to the Pokémon Center, make a complaint. Once Arthur reports this matter, Janine will encounter great difficulties if she wants to inherit the Fuchsia Gymnasium in the future. And she may even be deprived of her inheritance qualifications. At the same time, I also regretted the things I had indulged my daughter before. Originally, he planned to wait for Janine to grow up a little bit, then let her inherit the gymnasium. And he can challenge, the Elite Four. He glanced at the shuriken released by Janine. His eyelids twitched. Good guy not only opened the front, but also extracted poison, which made Koga furious. Waiting to send the boy in front of him away. He must let Eben know what a father's love is like. A mountain. What? Janine was also surprised when she heard the words. This guy was so ruthless and wanted to report to Miss Joey. But it is different now. Even if Janine is to inherit the gymnasium, it must be several years later. Which proves that the time for Koga to challenge the Elite Four must also be postponed. Seeing her father's appearance like this, Janine quickly apologized to Arthur. I'm sorry. As the young man said, if the other party hadn't reacted fast enough to avoid Janine's shuriken, then the young man in front of him would at least be injured. Or even die. The father and daughter looked like this. But Arthur waved his hand and said, the attitude is very sincere. And I accept your apology, but I will report this matter to Ms. Joey. This is responsible for those trainers who will challenge the Fuchsia Gym in the future. Not even Koga can do without taking human life seriously. Ms. Joey will check this later if it is true. This will affect the evaluation of the gymnasium, the funding of the gymnasium, and even cancel the gymnasium and so on. Koga really wanted to beat Janine up. But now that Arthur was still there, he couldn't do it now. Instead, he looked at Arthur. By the way, are you here to challenge the gym? Yes. Arthur nodded slightly. He wasn't afraid of Koga giving him small shoes to wear. Not to mention that there are many gyms in the Kanto region. And Fuchsia is not the only one. What's more, if Koga makes things difficult for him, he can report the opponent at any time. Even gym trainers are not acting recklessly. On the contrary, they still have many restrictions. Sometimes they can't be willful. If it were someone else, they might tell you that you need to use badge in exchange for your forgiveness. But I know that you are not that kind of person. Koga took a deep breath during the gym challenge. It won't release water, please follow me. Arthur raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Won't you turn on the waters? Does this mean wait for Koga to use his full strength? Soon Arthur ruled out this possibility. If Koga uses his full strength, is the normal trainer still eligible to get a badge? 430 Fuchsia Gym is an ancient the existence of Dojo Normal. There are many ninja training facilities here. Bypassing those training grounds, Arthur and the others came to the battleground. Koga walked directly to the field of the other side, stared at Arthur and said, the rules of the game are 1v1. And the number of Pokémon used by both sides is 3. Until all Pokémon on one side lose the ability to fight. During this period, the challenger can replace the Pokémon. No, are you ready? No problem. After Arthur's words, Koga also released his first Pokémon, an elite novice Venonat. That is, the one that can evolve into Venomoth in the future. For a long time, Arthur would confuse Venonat and Tangela, but it seems that they all need to be burned with fire. Among Koga's trump card Pokémon there is a Venomoth CDCH. Come on, Wartortle, after some consideration. Arthur also released his first Pokémon, Wartortle. Koga's eyes flashed a dangerous light, Venonat. Use Supersonic, Wartortle, get close. Arthur said calmly, not at all worried that Wartortle would be influenced by Supersonic. Kami Wartortle's expression froze. His pupils were full of fighting spirit. And he stepped forward quickly, running towards Venonat quickly. What a fast speed. Even Koga's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. And he was amazed in his heart, after all. Wartortle has never been a Pokémon known for its speed. But Arthur's Wartortle is definitely faster than normal Wartortle category. Facing Venonat's Supersonic's attack, Wartortle easily dodged the Supersonic's attack by relying on its dexterous positioning. It seemed that it could see the invisible Supersonic clearly. Perfectly avoided the Supersonic attack. Wartortle used Wang Bakwen, Arthur continued, Kami. Wartortle roared, and its fist hit Venonat's body with lightning speed. Punching it back 3 times in a row, is this a melee punch? It's not. Koga also showed a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, Wartortle's performance shocked him. Venonat used Stun Spore, Koga said hastily again. Wartortle Aura Sphere, Arthur said indifferently. One Pokémon fights, this is what was agreed before, Kame. Wartortle put his hands on his waist, and a light blue energy ball appeared in Wartortle's hands. And then Wartortle flung out with both hands, hitting Venonat directly, and it exploded loudly. Directly let the opponent lose the ability to fight. Aura Sphere, Koga gave Arthur and Wartortle a deep look. Wartortle can learn Aura Sphere, knows this. But this is only based on theory. It is absolutely impossible for Wartortle to learn Aura Sphere without corresponding skills and long-term exercise. Looks like this guy is really good at training Pokémon. Koga took the Venonat back and released his second Pokémon, come on. Muck, come back first to Wartortle. After Arthur took Wartortle back, he also released his second Pokémon Gabite, Roar. Gabite roared angrily the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. Even if it is not the domineering and willful quasi-god Garchomp in the future, its strength should not be underestimated. Gradually, Gabite also likes to roar a few times before fighting to show off his strength. However, Arthur speculates that the change should have occurred after the evolution and the absence of the previous growl. Otherwise, using Gible's growl to roar might not only fail to shock the opponent, but also give people a sense of stupidity. This is Gabite. Koga was completely shocked. Who the hell is this guy? He has such Pokémon as Gabite. It is not the first time for Koga to see a quasi-god. There are not a few people in the Kanto region who have 1 or 2 quasi-gods. You must know that the legendary Dragon Cave is located in Smokescreen City in the Johto region. Is there any big difference between the things in the Johto region and those in the Kanto region? Between 2 Region 7 elites can be shared. So what is the flow of some population? It's just that most of those quasi-gods are Dragonair, Dragonite and Gabite, which he rarely encounters. Where the hell did this guy get Gabite? Gabite used Dragon Claw. Arthur was the first to attack and said first. Muck minimized then used poison gas, Koga said hastily. Gabite's claws radiated a cold light and slashed towards Muck. But when he was about to hit Muck's deep body began to squirm quickly, and his body began to crazily minimize. And it was dangerous to avoid it, Gabite's thunderous blow. Then, when Gabite exerted too much force and had no time to react, a mouthful of purple poisonous gas was spewed out by Muck, directly hitting Gabite, who was close at hand. A trace of purple spots appeared, obviously poisoned. But this is nothing to Gabite, isn't it just poisoning? Usually, they have no less frog flowers to attack with various venoms. Venusaur not only likes poisonous Arthur, but even Arthur's Pokémon. It seems that in Venusaur's stupid toad head, since Jengar likes his venom so much, then other Pokémon also like it. So everyone has good things share toads or don't thank me. I'm a simple and honest Venusaur. Compared with Venusaur's endless poisons, even Koga can be regarded as a master of the poison system. But this Muck's poison is nothing compared to Venusaur. What a mere muck, look at me, General Gabite. I will take your neck as a dog's head in this way. Under Koga's surprised eyes after Gabite was poisoned, he didn't stop at all. He aimed at Muck again, scratched his claws and hit Muck, who was close at hand. At this time, even Minimize can't help Muck either. Seeing Gabite's appearance, Koga's eyelids twitched. Looking at Gabite's appearance, was obviously poisoned. But this kind of poison did not seem to cause any confusion to Gabite. Koga, an expert, discovered with keen eyesight how much poison Gabite had been poisoned in order to be able to develop such a poison resistance. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets. Ask for custom subscriptions, please, 10,000. Muck turned into a mass of mud and was chopped out by Gabite. But Arthur was also a little upset. Muck is indeed one of the most disgusting Pokémon in the early days. Not only has extremely high dual resistance and HP, but also among Let's Go Pikachu after Toxic is strengthened. Muck is definitely one of the most disgusting Pokémon. The gap is indeed quite big. It seems that I have to recognize Drew a little bit, Koga said after taking a deep breath. This time though, Muck has met his nemesis at this time. Koga can only bet that Gabite doesn't know those skills. The opponent is just a Gabite, but he doesn't have so much time to practice those skills. Earthquake, Arthur said slowly. And before Koga could react, the ground around Gabite began to vibrate crazily, and the earthquake waves fell on Muck one after another. Making him, he wailed directly, asking for flowers. Boom! Gabite kicked the ground where Muck was originally, causing a pothole to appear in the entire ground. Minimize is not without flaws. There are some skills that can double the effect on Pokémon in Minimize contest condition. Muck's hurry up Minimize avoid. Seeing the attack used by Gabite, Koga said hastily. Sure enough, after being hit by Earthquake, Muck let out a wail, and then fell on the ground without the ability to fight. And the poisoned Gabite on the opposite side seemed to have nothing serious, except for consuming a lot of physical strength and being affected by the poisoning. What's more, Giovanni received special training not long ago. If you can't even beat a Muck, then this Gabite can also be rebuilt, facing Muck. Gabite said that he is very good at torturing this kind of Pokémon. Zero. If he didn't know that Muck's strength is enough to deal with Normal's challenger, Koga himself would think that he is throwing water. Seeing this scene, Koga also sighed helplessly. No matter in terms of attribute or level, the opponent is crushing Muck. And Muck's body is also minimized again at this moment. Only about half of its previous size, Gabite bulldoze. There was a slight smile on the corner of Arthur's mouth. If it was normal, Gabite's matching moves were not complete, and Arthur might not have much to do with Muck. But it's different now. His own Gabite's teacher is Garchomp of Cynthia. Hearing Koga's words, Arthur's heart trembled. Is Koga going to be serious? This is not a good thing. Even during this period of time, his growth rate is very fast, and the little guys work hard. But it is difficult. Time grows to the point where it can rival Koga's main Pokémon. Relying on his own training, Arthur hasn't produced an elite-level Pokémon from breeder yet. Of course, Arthur's speed of cultivating Pokémon is already very fast, even at a speed that makes his peers feel hopeless. But facing the old strong, Arthur's strength is still not enough. Let's go Ariados. Arthur was slightly relieved when he saw Koga's 177 Pokémon. Fortunately, it didn't use an elite-level Pokémon. Just an Ariados at the beginning of the gym, that's all. This level of Pokémon is undoubtedly extremely strong for the normal novice trainer. But for the current Arthur, it is no longer as elusive as it was back then. Of course, it's not that Arthur looks down on Ariados. You know, there are still Ariados bosses in this world. In the future, there will be people who have captured Latias and Latios with Ariados. I'm just asking if you're afraid that's the god of Ariados. Manual funny come back Gabites. Arthur took Gabite back. Then patted Eevee on the head and said, come on, it's yours. Bites Eevee, who was still lying on Arthur's shoulder, swayed his short tail when he heard this, showing a look of excitement with a kick of his calf. He came to the battlefield facing Ariados is ready to fight. This Eevee at first. Koga frowned when he saw the opponent using an Eevee to fight with him. How much strength does an Eevee without evolution have? But after feeling the aura of Eevee, Koga also became more cautious, and even trained an Eevee to gym level how boring this guy is. If this Eevee has already evolved, then this Eevee is at the level of a gymnasium. He will not be surprised at all, but this is just an Eevee. Ariados use sword dance. Koga also took the lead in making his own move. Ariados uses sticky web to protect itself. Ariados quickly spit out spider web 4-5 from the tail, guarded by his side, trying to use spider web to delay the attack of the flame vortex. Eevee swift break it, Arthur said hastily, seeing Ariados was on laser focus's own paw. It's just a pity Koga's idea is very good. If Eevee is just a normal type Pokémon using flame vortex, I'm afraid it really can't destroy the blocking of sticky web. But this Eevee is an Eevee with 50 added to each type of attribute. It can play the power of fire-type Pokémon, play double swords and tanks, which is more than enough for Eevee. Hurry up and use String Shot to avoid it at this time. Koga can't let Ariados continue to use Sword Dance. And it hurts to be hit by Swift. How can the average Eevee be psychic? It's almost unheard of. Now Ariados use Poison Barb. Koga continued, ask for Flower Sask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a custom subscription, please. Little Ariados actually wants to use this to avoid attacks. It's ridiculous. Before, I was almost hit by Eevee's Shadow Ball. But now it seems that it wasn't that the opponent's attack missed, but that I missed myself on purpose. If I hit myself, I am afraid that I will not die or be disabled. No, right. The heat wave continued to spread in all directions, and Janine was a little dumbfounded. Is this really just a challenger's Pokémon? Ariados' tail was connected to the ceiling with silk wires, and the spikes on its head continuously fired poison barbs to shoot at Eevee. As if gaining air supremacy, Eevee's small mouth opened slightly, and countless star-shaped energies shot towards Ariados. Koga was taken aback by this scene. Are you sure this is an Eevee, not a sun Pokémon? A silk thread grew from Ariados' tail, which was connected to the ceiling of the gymnasium, and then quickly left the ground with Ariados' body. Swift landed where one Ariados had been, blasting out tiny potholes. Funny is not a fool. Let Ariados use Sword Dance successfully. As one of the core attack skills, Swift is obviously the best way to deal with this contest condition bonus skill. Take it for granted Eevee used Psychic Force. As Arthur's voice fell, a powerful and surging psychic emanated from Eevee's body, instantly defeated Ariados' Poison Barb, and rushed towards Ariados. He rushed away and attacked Ariados in just an instant, making the opponent unable to continue hanging from the ceiling, and fell heavily on the ground. Now Eevee Flame Vortex. Hot flames spewed out from Eevee's mouth, instantly swept across half of the battlefield. Surrounded Ariados and gathered towards its location. The scorching flame quickly burned the sticky web like a normal, and then surrounded Ariados, burning it in circles. Although the flame vortex is not as powerful as the flamethrower, you cannot deny that this is a very powerful skill. When the scorching flames burned on Ariatis, it let out a howl. And even Koga lost his mind for a while. Is this special Meow an Eevee? Even fire Pokémon are not like this, okay? But the fact is that it happened to an Eevee, which made Koga not know what to say. This Eevee really exceeded his expectations. Then he sighed softly. Agin knew that this battle was over. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a resistance. During the battle he already had 2 battle plans. But they were easily cracked by the other party. Who would have thought that this Eevee could use the astonishingly powerful Psychic? And then use the astonishingly powerful 23 Flame Vortex. All of this is unscientific, but the fact is that it happened. For this reason, Koga can only sigh with emotion that this world really is Crouching Tiger. Hidden dragons. And there are still many things that humans don't know. Just like this Eevee witch has many secrets. And Koga also believes that maybe those Eevees also have many secrets. Potential can be tapped. So is evolution the path Eevee should take, or if Eevee is kept in its original state, will it have a chance to learn those evolved skills? Shaking his head, Koga didn't continue to think about these issues. This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. He is not a Pokémon researcher, he is just a Pokémon trainer. As for the others, it's not what he should do but in the future. When facing Pokémon like Eevee, he should deal with it seriously. And it can't be like this time normal. It's like playing fake matches. Arthur didn't know that because of his battle with Eevee. Koga would take it seriously every time he met a trainer with Eevee. A certain brown-haired boy lay silently on the gun. Just as Koga thought, under Eevee's flame vortex, Ariados still lost the ability to fight. After all, Ariados was hit by Psychic not long ago. You and your Pokémon are very good, this is Fuchsia Badge. After taking Ariados back to the Pokéball, Koga also took out a badge and handed it to Arthur and said, "Thank you." Arthur smiled and took the Fuchsia Badge. There is one thing to say, in fact. Koga's attitude towards herself is not bad. But Janine's previous behavior was too much. It seems that she did this not once or twice. And Koga really doesn't know anything. Arthur doesn't think so. It's just that no one has reported it before. After getting the badge, Arthur glanced at Janine, then turned around and left directly. There was no politeness between the two parties. And it was good enough that the other party didn't regard himself as an enemy. What no manners at all. Seeing Arthur's leaving back, Janine also muttered. Her words were very soft, but Koga at the side heard it. And her face became more and more ugly. This daughter of hers seemed to be spoiled and spoiled. Daddy, seemingly noticing her father's ugly look. She looked at Koga cautiously and said, "It's just that." Koga didn't reply to Janine. Grabbed Janine and took her directly to the training room beside her. For a moment, Janine's cries of pain and wailing were endless. The above is what I encountered in the Fuchsia Gym. This is the situation captured by my Pokémon watch. Arthur also told Ms. Joey what happened in the Fuchsia Gym before, and even attached a video. Looking at the well-documented video, Ms. Joey's expression was not very good. This is really outrageous. I have accepted your complaints. Then she operated on the computer again. You are Arthur. Right? Yes, for Ms. Joey. Arthur didn't have the slightest dislike, but had a deep admiration for 827. Who is a person who really pays for Pokémon. Hearing this, Ms. Joey's expression also became weird. You also made a complaint in Vermilion City before. Yes, it's me. Maybe I'm more straightforward. Arthur raised his eyebrows. But he still admitted that when other people encounter this kind of thing, they will choose to swallow their anger after all. It is a gymnasium trainer. Be wrong, just be wrong, Danua. I can't afford to offend those guys. But Arthur is different. Why should I let you? What are you used to, MS? Joey nodded slightly. Indeed. The necessary inspections will allow gyms to provide better services. There are some gyms where the atmosphere is really bad, and they need to be rectified like this time. If it wasn't for your reaction fast enough, that something could really happen. She recognized Arthur's words very much. If there were more people like Arthur's, the gym environment in the Kanto region would be much better. The complaint about the Fuchsia Gymnasium was successfully handled quickly. As for the subsequent matters, Arthur does not need to take care of them. After the subsequent matters, the Alliance will directly announce the results on the official website. This has nothing to do with Arthur related. Arthur also believed in Miss Joey. If you don't even believe Miss Joey, then you have no one to trust at the same time. Miss Joey is the most suitable woman to be a wife recommended by some good people. In this regard, Arthur can only curl his lips. He wants to marry a Miss Joey, there is some hope. But the premise is that you can choose to join the entire Joey family. After all, the genes of Miss Joey are too strong with a baby. It's Stephanie too who looks like Joey at the same time. At the same time, you have to live with the fact that other people's wives look almost exactly like yours. This has also led to the fact that the sisters of the Joey family, although sought after by many people, are considered goddesses. However, the Joey family still chooses to give birth to the next 10 generations through test tube babies. Anyway, for them, there is actually no difference between having a father and not having a father. After dealing with everything, Arthur stayed in Fuchsia City for another night, then left Fuchsia City and started the journey again. After all, Lusamine asked himself to go to the Alola region within a month. Xiao Bisheng was newly married and Arthur missed her too. So he also decided to speed up his travel itinerary. At present has obtained 6 badges and there are 2 left. He plans to challenge the Cinnabar Gym and the Viking Gym. After all, these 2 gyms exist in animations, special episodes and games. If you don't challenge these 2 gyms, Arthur will inevitably leave some regrets in his heart. Blaine's Cinnabar Gym has been pretending to be a closed contest condition. However, some Cinnabar badge winners participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference which shows that Blaine does not completely accept the challenge. This can be done by paying a bounty online for Blaine's trail. Therefore, there are not a few trainers who come to the wilderness area to try their luck. And many even come here once or twice a day. So what if I fight Pokémon myself? Arthur raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. This is not only a place where wild Pokémon live. Alliance will also put some captured criminals and collected Pokémon here. Arthur nodded slightly. The original Wild Reserve was also a place established by the Alliance to protect Pokémon. What gave Arthur the most headache was Giovanni's Viridian Gym. Now that Mutuo has awakened and can even move freely for a period of time, there is no need to stay in that laboratory. And Giovanni does not need to continue to close the Viridian Gym. The Pokémon that can be sent to the wilderness area. To be honest, the strength of normal is not very good. If there are too many vicious Pokémon, normal people will not dare to come here anyway. It is the same everywhere to absorb the nutrient solution. However, it is acceptable for many people to get 30 Pokéballs in the wilderness area for 3.0. Maybe the Takua badge will be the most difficult badge to get by then. This is a special Pokémon ball in the wild field area. You can only use this kind of Pokémon ball to subdue Pokémon in the wild field area. At the same time, you cannot subdue Pokémon forcibly through Pokémon battles in the wild field area. There are many monitoring in it. If you are caught by us, it will be the same as poaching. After Arthur paid a handling fee of 3,000, Uncle Tommy handed over 30 Pokémon balls specially made in the wilderness area to Arthur, and warned Arthur again, ask for flowers. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a custom subscription. Please, it's just that the last time we met, Giovanni didn't give the Takua badge to himself. According to Giovanni's character, he obviously didn't forget it but let himself get it. Although it is impossible to use Pokémon to fight and subdue Pokémon. Although the quality of these Pokéballs is shoddy, the King S. Even if all 30 Pokéballs are used, it is often impossible to subdue a Pokémon, but it is not cheap. Just in case I was conquered by myself. This has also led to the fact that even though many people come to the wilderness area to conquer Pokémon, the number of Pokémon here is always increasing. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Who would have imagined that a powerful Pokémon like Mewtwo would actually grow up in Viridian City? The city of the Alliance under the nose. Tommy said that he has to receive so many trainers into the wild field area every day. And this is the first time he has seen someone make such a request. He sneered and said, "If you can defeat Pokémon yourself, then the Pokémon you defeat is up to you. But I want to remind you that if you go inside, your life is safe, we are not responsible for it." Is it Arthur from Viridian City? Uncle Tommy took Arthur's Pokémon Pokédex and scanned it on the device for confirmation. "Hello, I want to enter the original Wild Reserve." Arthur took out his Pokémon Pokédex and said to the middle-aged uncle in front of him. Comments, "That's natural." There was a smile on Arthur's face. As the owner of the waveguide power, Arthur is still unable to fight the powerful Pokémon. But he still has confidence in dealing with these Pokémon in the wild field. Serious people. Who would use Pokémon battles to subdue Pokémon? Arthur has never conquered Pokémon through battle. Some people subdue them by communicating with Pokémon, or directly looking for Pokémon eggs to hatch. Such as Arthur. Some people conquer Pokémon by fighting or relying on their emotions for Pokémon to impress each other. Such as Ash, and some people, who are obviously the protagonist, rely on their accuracy in throwing the ball. When they see Pokémon, they want to throw the Pokéball. Teams can't stand it anymore. Pokémon hunters are not as much as him. After entering the wilderness area, Arthur also looked up the information here. The wilderness area is very large. If Arthur is allowed to walk for a week, he may not be able to visit all of it. However, most of the Pokémon here are very common Pokémon. As for those cherished Pokémon, there are not none here. But they are hard to find. Arthur is not in a hurry to find Pokémon to conquer. He even plans to spend the night here anyway. Don't care about a day or two. When Arthur was wandering in the wilderness area, the ice cream that Arthur delivered to Cynthia before finally arrived at Cynthia's villa in Hearthome City. At this moment, Cynthia is not the only person in her villa. There are also 10 blonde girls with long hair enough to serve as cloaks sitting on the sofa not far from Cynthia. Even if she was indoors, she still wore a tall hat on her head and a gauze skirt, which combined with her unique temperament was even more unattainable. Catalia, this is exactly the name of this girl. And she is also a real noble girl at this moment. Catlia is not the future Unova Elite Four, but a problem child, and she still cannot fully grasp her own psychic. Catlia was even more speechless. Why did Sister Cynthia go to the Kanto region once and there was such a big change? These days, if you care about a man, you have to accept rival as your disciple first. If Catlia asks herself to help her with a difficult or even dangerous thing, Cynthia will definitely do it without saying a word. But this is Ice Creamer, the ice cream made by Arthur. Even Arthur, I reminded myself before that this ice cream is so delicious that it must be eaten in a place where no one is around. In Catlia's view, Cynthia is definitely a beauty in the eye of the beholder. How can that be? That Arthur seems to have become Sister Cynthia's disciple. You must know that although Cynthia has a good temper, she is not the type who rejects others from Norman. But she is not someone who can get close to him otherwise. I'm afraid there are already stinky men around me. But now she has accepted a disciple. And she is still a male disciple. There has never been a man who can get so close to Cynthia before. And Cynthia even said that the food made by her disciple is the best. Upon hearing Catlia's words, Cynthia shook her head and said, "No, it's different. The ice cream made by Arthur is the best." Catlia's words made Cynthia hesitate. Ice cream. Looking at this cup of ice cream, Catlia was also speechless, knowing Cynthia. She naturally knew that being able to give up ice cream was already Cynthia's biggest concession. But you deliberately chose the smallest one. Is that really okay? Sister Cynthia is her own. How could she be seduced by a stinky man? Cynthia can always reject those suitors, CDBC, in an awkward and polite manner. Well, in Catlia's view, Cynthia fights with others from time to time and defeats rival with absolute strength. which is rejecting her suitors after all. If you can't even defeat yourself, what qualifications do you have to pursue yourself? Cynthia is Catlia's only friend. Unless that apprentice of Cynthia is a professional chef. How is it possible to make the most delicious ice cream in the world? Cynthia believes that this is absolutely delicious. If there are other people, they will definitely come to grab ice cream well. Whether Arthur means it or not, Cynthia thinks so. But looking at Catlia's pitiful look, Cynthia still sighed softly. There is no way. Who let the other party be Catlia, whom she treats as her own sister? After a little hesitation, Cynthia found out a glass. The relatively small ice cream said to Catlia, "Just this cup." "Sister Cynthia, do you need this?" Catlia sat lazily on the sofa like a cute kitten, and said speechlessly to Cynthia, who was opening the box full of expectations, "If you want. I can send someone to buy you the best ice cream in the world anytime. Is it really that delicious? I want to try it." Catlia said slightly unwillingly, although Catlia has some complaints about Cynthia's behavior. But considering that the other party is her dearest sister Cynthia, what else can Catlia do? Of course she chooses to forgive her. What's more, Cynthia wasn't really a penny pincher. She gave herself a share even if it was the smallest share. Catlia was quite happy. It's not easy to get ice cream from Cynthia. She took out a spoon and put some on top of the ice cream, and put it into her mouth. So, an unprecedented sense of fullness rushed into Catlia's mind. Her face began to turn red, and the surging psychic all over her body began to spurt out of her body. Saffron's long hair fluttered in the wind. Catlia. Cynthia, who originally wanted to taste ice cream, panicked when she saw Catlia's appearance. She knew how psychic Catlia had in her body. Once that psychic erupts, this villa will probably be destroyed in an instant. "Sister Cynthia," Catlia's eyes were a little blurred, and she said with an extremely uncomfortable expression, "Catlia, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with the ice cream?" Although Cynthia didn't think Arthur would harm him, he also told himself to find a place where no one was around to eat the ice cream. And looking at Catlia like this, she had to doubt Arthur for a moment. Is it possible that eating an ice cream will cause Catlia's psychic outbreak? Blind, how could such a thing happen in this world? This ice cream is so delicious that my psychic can't control it. Catlia said with a difficult tone. Too delicious to cause psychic to go berserk, sure enough. There are some things that cannot be concluded too early. At the same time, Cynthia also felt a little guilty in her heart, and she actually suspected Arthur just now. It seems that I have to make good compensation to him in the future. However, this time the ice cream seemed to be more delicious than before, which made Cynthia look forward to it even more. Seeing Catlia struggling to endure Psychic's rampage, Cynthia also felt distressed for a while. But this seemed to be no surprise. Compared with the previous times of Psychic's rampage, Catlia was much better this time. As Catlia controlled her psychic gradually subsided, Cynthia also began to taste her own ice cream. When the matcha-flavored ice cream just entered her mouth, a feeling of cosmic explosion exploded in her heart. Oh. At this moment she felt unprecedented satisfaction, and couldn't help but choked. Catlia's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Cynthia's situation still had it before, but as a psychic, Catlia's bid power is obviously much better than Cynthia's. Abruptly bide down, which caused Psychic to go berserk. At the same time, she also wanted to see how the heroic sister Cynthia would react when she ate the ice cream. "Sister Cynthia, it's not my fault that I'm cheating on you as a younger sister. You really look like you are so pretty." Catlia seemed to have turned into a little devil at this moment, waiting to see Cynthia get embarrassed. No, this photo must be taken as a screensaver. So these are just my fantasies. The self in the illusion has obviously accepted the other party. Otherwise would not be able to fight in a wedding dress. At this moment Cynthia didn't know that Catlia, whom she regarded as her sister, was cheating herself so much. If you have a good impression in terms of strength, it's not impossible to release water or something. Is it because you eat ice cream and get satisfied? She felt like she was about to sublimate normal. And then she saw a hallucination. It's just that I can't find anyone to marry me. So should I cultivate someone to marry me, ask for flowers? Ask for monthly tickets, ask for automatic subscriptions. Please, I love you knife, is it hypnotized? Is Arthur deliberately wanting to let himself see all this? No, absolutely not if he is hypnotized. His Pokémon can definitely discover this in the first time. Why did it become like this? This made Cynthia a little confused. How is this possible? Cynthia plunged into deep self-doubt. It's a Pokémon fight where you lose and marry Arthur. Although she has a good impression of Arthur and admires him, she treats him as a junior butt after eating his ice cream. She has such an illusion. Or is it that I will become an old woman that no one wants in the future? In the end, I can only cast my mind on my apprentice. Cynthia is very strict with her standards for choosing a mate. She doesn't care about the other's family anyway. No matter what the other's family is. It is absolutely impossible to be better than herself. What she cares about is that the other must be stronger than herself. And at the same time, to treat Pokémon as a family member just like yourself. Of course, the most important thing is to have a good impression of yourself. Asking for flowers. I was actually wearing a wedding dress, standing on the field and directing the Pokémon to fight. And the guy who was fighting with me on the other side was Arthur. And the other party was obviously wearing a groom's costume. And the Pokémon used between the two sides were all Garchomp. Cynthia has fallen into self-doubt. Could it be that she likes the type of fresh meat? She knew that this was not the illusion that Arthur had prepared before. It seemed that because the food was too delicious, she fell into her own reverie, and thus outlined what was hidden in her heart. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that Arthur really meets my requirements. He has good looks, good personality, loves Pokémon, and has quite good potential. In the future, he may not have no hope of reaching his level. The most important thing is that the ice cream is delicious. Cynthia said that she didn't give Arthur extra points, 833, because of the ice cream. However, it's too early to say these things now. She is still young and Arthur is only 16 years old. Not to mention Arthur still has a girlfriend, which is also a huge problem. When Cynthia woke up, she saw Catlia looking at her with a half smile. And Cynthia felt a burst of embarrassment in an instant. This little girl definitely knew about this ice cream problem before. Sister Cynthia, look. Catlia proudly took out her mobile phone and shook it in front of Cynthia. Cynthia took a closer look. She was going to die. This was exactly what she looked like after eating ice cream. That picture was like being drugged by normal. Seeing Catlia's smug face, Cynthia couldn't help feeling angry. Fortunately, she still regarded Catlia as her own sister. But this guy chose to add insult to injury at this time. Cynthia was so angry that everything was about to explode. She regrets it very much now. Arthur let herself eat ice cream alone. She shouldn't let Catlia be by her side. She really trusts Catlia too much in the end. Now she is cheating herself. As for blaming Arthur, is the ice cream too good to be at fault? Tell me, how can you delete those photos? Cynthia said with a sullen face. Being able to make the gentle Cynthia show such an expression shows how angry Cynthia is this time. But hearing Cynthia's words, Catlia didn't have the slightest fear. Will Cynthia be angry? It doesn't exist. Isn't he your disciple? Then he is his elder, right? There is nothing wrong with taking care of the younger generation. Right, Catlia said with a little pride. Wait, Catlia also ate ice cream, right? Then it's all right. Who is afraid of whom? But when Arthur hadn't been fishing for a long time, an uncle came from a distance. He was taken aback when he saw Arthur, and then greeted him, brother, long time no see. Sister Cynthia, can you give me the number of your disciple? Catlia said with a playful smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. For this, Cynthia did not refuse. And it was not too easy for Catlia's family to get Arthur's contact information. She, Cynthia's new champion of Sinnoh region, is known by many as the goddess of war. This time she endured it. The uncle came to Arthur and sat down. While preparing his fishing rod, said Xiao Huang. It's very good she is learning about trainer now. I'm free recently, so I came here to find out if there is a future for 3.3. Pokémon for hers. How could this big sister who is like sunshine, normal and warm, be angry with me? Over the years, she has helped me take care of troubles a lot. For some reason, Cynthia felt that this was what Catlia did. But after eating that ice cream, she felt a little inconvenient. What if Catlia saw it? It's not that there are so many rare Pokémon here. It's just that there's nothing to do. It's not a good thing to train Pokémon all the time. It's rare to give myself and the Pokémon a vacation. Arthur didn't know how miserable he was for Cynthia. And he was fishing by a lake in the original wild reserve at the moment. Arthur looked at each other in surprise. It's you. Uncle, how are Xiao Huang and Pichu? Hearing Catlia's words, Cynthia frowned slightly. What do you want his number for? Oh then, Catlia showed the S***T normal smile again. Sister Cynthia. We haven't taken a bath together for a long time. Someone asked to subdue Suicune. I have to admit that Suicune is indeed a good-looking Pokémon. And the author also likes it very much. But is the current Suicune still compelling? The Pokémon subdued by Superman with one ball. To be honest, this moment is what makes Suicune's force drop. Suicune is already out of Daytand, there is already Keldeo. So there is no need for Suicune, the legendary Pokémon. The protagonist can communicate with them. But if you subdue too much, the fighting power of this book will collapse. It is still such a warm text. The author feels comfortable writing. It was Xiao Huang's uncle who came, the conservationist of the Viridian Forest. But Arthur didn't expect that the other party would go fishing in the original wild reserve. The most important thing now is to let Catlia delete the photos. For Thish doesn't mind making a little sacrifice. Although the rangers are not very busy, they still need to be on call all the time. If you live like this, if Pokémon hunters or other evil organizations enter the Viridian Forest, you will also be affected. Arthur said in a strange tone. The uncle directly shook his head and said, it seems that you still don't know Mr. Giovanni's deterrent power. The Viking Gymnasium has been reopened some time ago. As long as Mr. Giovanni is still in Viking City, neither the Rockets nor those Pokémon hunters dare go to Takua City to commit crimes. When he said this, the uncle still felt very proud. After all, Giovanni is their celebrity trainer in Takua City. Arthur was speechless for a moment. Giovanni is in Takua City while the Rockets go to trouble. This is obviously impossible. But it is a bit false to say that the Rockets dare not go to Takua City. Not to mention that Giovanni, the biggest boss of the Rockets, is in Takua City, that is the underground of Takua City, where there is a more important base for the Rockets 23. I remember that my little brother is also from Viridian City. Right, Mr. Giovanni is the pride of our Viridian City. And he is famous for his strength. Some people even called on Mr. Giovanni to be an Elite Four just to protect Viridian City. Come down, said the uncle full of reverence. Giovanni was trying to hide the base of the Rockets and his identity. How could he be a senior thug for the Alliance? Arthur said he had nothing to say. It seems that his uncle is really hardy, but thinking about it is also true. Giovanni once said that he is the boss of the Rockets. Giovanni. And Giovanni of Daddy in Takua City is also him. It's all real. Giovanni, by the way. What Pokémon does Uncle Yin want to subdue for Xiao Huang? Arthur also asked curiously. The uncle showed a mysterious look and said, do you know the legend about Dratini in the original Wild Reserve? Arthur nodded slightly. There is indeed a legend of Dratini here. And many people used to come here to find the legend of Dratini, which caused a huge impact on the ecology of the original Wild Reserve for a period of time. However, after a lot of regulations were made here, the environment here was gradually restored. As for Dratini, it has not appeared for decades. Some people say that Dratini has left here. And some people say that Dratini was here. He was taken away by the Alliance people. Oh yeah. But I heard that the Alliance didn't find Dratini here at the beginning. And it seems that someone pressed the news. If there is a trace of Dratini, I plan to let Xiao Huang try it at that time. After all, you also know Xiao Huang's ability. When the uncle mentioned Xiao Huang, he said with pride on his face, although Xiao Huang's perpetual power may indeed bring her danger, but when encountering Pokémon, that special ability is no different from cheating. Directly fill up the favorability with Pokémon. But even if it's Dratini, can Xiao Huang afford it? Then Arthur couldn't help complaining. The uncle's face darkened in an instant. He has some savings. If Xiao Huang is going to be a Pokémon trainer in the future, as long as he doesn't spend too much and spend less, it is still enough. But if you want to raise a Dratini, it seems that they really can't afford it. The cost of a Dratini is determined to be the number of Pokémon with the same talent and potential. That's the Pokémon used by the real rich before. He just wanted to find a Pokémon with outstanding talent for Xiao Huang. But he forgot for a while the question of whether money is money or not. So, when considering Dratini, it's better to consider some Pokémon with good potential and easy to feed. Wait until Xiao Huang's strength is strong, and the economy is enough to consider Pokémon like Dratini. Arthur reminded with a smile. The uncle sighed lightly. It seems that this is the only way to go. Then he seemed to remember something, and said again, brother, I remember you seem to have Pokémon with 10 levels of 10 bugs in Dratini. Then don't you have feelings for Dratini? Arthur hesitated, then shook his head with a smile and said, perhaps for others, Dratini is an extremely precious Pokémon. But my partners are not bad either. What's more, if Dratini still maintains Dratini's contest condition for so long, then its talent may not be good, but if it evolves to 793, then there is not much need to subdue it, after all. The fighting habits developed in the wild for a long time are hard to change. I don't really like to subdue those Pokémon that have grown up. The uncle was speechless for a moment. This little brother actually despises Dratini. That is Dratini. But what he didn't know was that Arthur didn't have no thoughts about Dratini at all. And he didn't need Dratini. But it didn't mean he didn't want to move a nest for Dratini. As an evil Team Rocket, since he had the opportunity to meet the god. If you don't go and see it, it's too much to say. There should be a Dragonair mother and son here. If the talents are not bad, wouldn't it be good to send them to Etha Paradise for delicious and spicy food? It just so happens that he hasn't given Lucamine a present yet. And Dratini and Dragonair look very good. As for Xiao Huang, it doesn't matter if she can subdue these Pokémon. But if she can, Arthur will give her some compensation at worst. Thinking of Xiao Huang, Arthur was more or less silent. In fact, he had communicated with Xiao Huang more than a month ago. Mainly because she came to ask him how to train Pokémon, how to fight, and how the outside world is like. Generally speaking, this is a very cute little girl. She doesn't seem to be very talented in subduing Pokémon, but relying on her perpetual power. It seems that she doesn't need to take the initiative to subdue Pokémon. And those Pokémon will take the initiative to follow Xiao Huang bar. After deliberating for a while, Arthur asked Uncle, are you really planning to make Xiao Huang a trainer? The uncle sighed softly and said, if possible. I don't want her to become a trainer. Wouldn't it be better to live a peaceful life? But as you said before, Xiao Huang's ability is too special. If she doesn't have strength, I'm afraid she won't be able to protect herself in the future. Arthur nodded slightly. The power of Changpan. Even the current Arthur is very envious of the power of Changpan. Uncle, I have a Pokémon egg here, you give it to Xiao Huang. Let her cultivate it, sighing lightly. Arthur took out Togepi's Pokémon egg and said, this Togepi was originally intended to be cultivated by Arthur as the main Pokémon. After all, a Pokémon like Togekiss is really delicious. Also the Pokémon that Arthur wanted, but this Pokémon egg. Arthur has been hatching for 2 months. But there is still no movement, you know. This is the hatching moth. Even the legendary Pokémon has hatched. But Togepi is too late. Kai didn't hatch. And Arthur also knew that Togepi didn't love him. Therefore, hatching was not selected. At this time, Arthur has two choices. The first is to hide Togepi's eggs in the snow. And I will hatch Yummy Lord. Even if you drop the egg in your hands, you won't give it to others. The second is to give Togepi eggs to others. Perhaps many people will choose the first option, after all. In their opinions, it is an honor for Togepi to incubate Togepi. If it does not incubate, it is shameless. But Arthur is not such a person. Although he is also very angry if he really does that. What is the difference from those Pokémon hunters and those who forcibly capture Pokémon? Humans choose Pokémon and Pokémon choose humans. Then there is only one choice: give it away anyway. Even if Togepi is hatched, its position in Arthur's lineup is still very embarrassing. After among his Pokémon, there are also Pokémon that can replace Togepi. Eevee can barely be used as a fairy Pokémon. Vulpix has a fairy type. And Ralts that have not yet hatched also have a fairy type. In this way, it seems that I can be a fairy-type Pokémon. As for the flying type, Arthur has no need for flying Pokémon for the time being. And Garchomp can also fly in the future. Aerodactyl can also fly when it is really a last resort. This is the most important thing. It is very rare to be able to make Arthur say that the Pokémon has good talent. Lusamine absolutely not over there if you don't blow it up. You won't be Black Lusamine is no better than yourself. It is basically impossible for Togepi to hatch. If it is really handed over to Lusamine, then it will definitely become a villain. It's just that such a good Pokémon Arthur can't give it away. This we can't accept it. The uncle waved his hand quickly and said, in addition, Arthur couldn't find anyone before. But now that he saw the uncle, Arthur thought of Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, who has the power of Viridian, can definitely hatch Togepi. Similarly, she also loves Pokémon very much, therefore. I am afraid that it will not be Togepi who does not accept Lily, but Lily who does not accept Togepi. Giving my sister Pokémon eggs. I don't think it seems to be a poisonous point. The analysis is already in place, not to mention. Xiao Huang is a cute Stephanie himself, take it. The talent of this Pokémon is very good. Remember to tell Xiao Huang not to waste it. Good luck, Coda, Arthur said with a smile. Arthur would be reluctant to give it to someone else. But Xiao Huang is different. Arthur still owes Xiao Huang a favor. But most importantly, Lily is afraid of Pokémon. Without Xiao Huang, I couldn't meet Eevee. He remembered that Arthur had the ability to detect Pokémon's potential. He didn't know if Arthur could see Pokémon eggs. But he believed Arthur's words, Cynthia. She has a Togekiss herself, welcome. This is not for Yao but for Xiao Huang. Arthur picked up Eevee and said, if Xiao Huang hadn't given me the chance to subdue Eevee, I wouldn't be able to be with Eevee together this. Seeing Arthur take out a Pokémon egg that he didn't recognize for himself, the uncle hesitated originally. Arthur planned to give it to his sister-in-law Lily, who he had never met after all. He was going to the Alola region after a while, so it didn't seem good to bring anything great, Lily. Maybe a good choice-ish is a kind-hearted little girl, bye. Hearing Arthur's words, Eevee also called softly, in fact. It also felt that what happened back then was quite miraculous. And it followed Arthur away foolishly, maybe this is fate. Under normal circumstances, it may refuse Arthur's invitation. Now Eevee is very glad that he heard Arthur say to make himself the strongest Eevee in the world. So he chose to follow Arthur by mistake. Now I should be regarded as the strongest Eevee in the world. Right, other Eevees have evolved to their own strength. Probably long ago, but that's not all. What it has to do in the future is to include all evolutionary forms. It is the most powerful than Toja with Arthur. Go to become the strongest in the world. See, Eevee thinks so too, Arthur said with a smile. The uncle was a little silent when he heard the words. And after a long time he sighed and said, thank you then. I will give this Pokémon egg to Xiao Huang. Well, this is a Pokémon suitable for girls. Arthur smiled mysteriously, which also made the uncle very confused. 83 Pokémon suitable for girls, but he didn't ask too much. Since Arthur didn't say anything, so if he wanted to ask himself, the other party wouldn't answer. Arthur didn't directly tell his uncle about this Togepi egg. After all, Pokémon like Togepi are priceless in the market. Many rich people and nobles like this kind of Pokémon. But people like them like Arthur's. It was difficult to get Togepi's approval. Therefore, those people prefer to have hatched Bottomin. After getting the Pokémon egg from Arthur's, the uncle left soon. Although he also wants to go fishing here, it is obviously more important to give Xiao Huang a Pokémon egg at this time. The uncle's departure also made Arthur chuckle this time. Not only did Togepi's egg problem be solved, but he didn't have to be happy because Togepi couldn't recognize him. And he also took this opportunity to pay back Wave favor. While Arthur continued to fish, someone found him again. It seemed that he was destined not to be able to fish well today. Arthur, I didn't blow up enough to meet you here, Ash said happily when he saw Arthur. Beside him, Zyoggang and Misty are still following. Ash, Zyoggang, Misty, long time no see. After careful calculation, it seems that they really haven't seen each other for 2 months. Arthur also felt helpless for a while. It turned out that his schedule was so slow. He was overtaken by Ash and the others, you know. Ash and their travels can definitely be described as slow. They are usually either lost or lost on the road. Seeing Arthur's probing eyes, Zyoggang and Misty's complexions also turned dark. It wasn't just Ash who turned into a doll back then, but also them, you know, when normal is challenging the gym. When the gym trainer sees that the challenger has improved significantly for the second time compared to the first time, regardless of the outcome, will release some water and then hand the badge to the opponents. According to Ash's itinerary, he should have obtained 6 badges at this time. He turned his attention to Zyoggang and Misty, who were at the side. They both run gymnasiums at home, so they should know more information, right? After the last meeting, I got Rainbow Badge and Fuchsia Badge, but I failed to challenge the Saffron Gym, Ash said with a little embarrassment. It's a matter of convention, 6 pieces. Arthur didn't hide anything and said directly, however. This does not seem to be incomprehensible after all. Some time ago, he was either in Rocket Hideout or in special training, which also gave Ash and the others a chance to catch up with their journey. 6 pieces, it's so fast, Ash said with a bit of reluctance. Oh. Failed to challenge Sabrina. Arthur looked at Ash with a little surprise, since you failed. Then according to your personality, you should work hard to train Pokémon, and then challenge back, hearing Arthur's words. Ash was embarrassed again, actually. I challenged 3 times. The first time I challenged Sabrina, Pikachu was easily defeated and turned into a doll for a day. After training for a week, he failed again. Arthur was speechless for a moment. Sabrina is this crazy. But Ash failed 3 times in a row. Isn't it too embarrassing? Yeah. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a while, Arthur. How many badges have you got during this time? Ash asked Arthur excitedly. However, Sabrina obviously broke this unspoken rule. Of course, she didn't say that it must be released. In fact, it all depends on the trainer's idea. Well, haven't you reached 6 yet? Arthur asked with some doubts. Some people speculate that the mysterious black stone is the core of Zekrom. Well, when the underground world was born, Zekrom and Reshape had not yet been born. How to fill this hole, of course. The black stone has a special identity, but everyone seems to have guessed it wrong. Then someone recommended me to conquer ghost Pokémon. I found a Haunter and became friends with it. It promised me to help me challenge the gym. But even Haunter was defeated by Sabrina. Because of Ash's continuous failures, they turned into dolls 3 times in a row. This kind of tragic energy is not something normal people can bear. If their relationship with Ash was not good enough, I am afraid that they have parted ways with Ash at this moment. Sabrina is hard to deal with. Can't you change a gym to challenge? There are so many gyms in the Kanto region. Why did you choose Sabrina's Saffron Gym? This is not comparable to the gym trainer you challenged before. And according to Sabrina's personality, she probably doesn't even know what releasing water is. Without water, the Saffron Gym can even be regarded as the most difficult gym in the Kanto region. After all, even Giovanni will abide by the unspoken rules of gymnastic challenges, and will give badges to challengers who are satisfied. But Sabrina doesn't care about these. Xiaoging said with a wry smile, I don't know why recently. The owner of Sabrina seems to have more and more strict requirements on challengers. And now very few people can get Saffron badge from her. Is there no response from the Alliance? Arthur asked curiously. In fact, there was a little confusion in his heart. When they attacked the Huruf group, Sabrina didn't show up. It seemed that they were held back by members of the Rockets. And he didn't know if she was involved in this incident. No. Xiaoging shook his head slightly some time ago. The Rockets invaded Saffron City, and the owner of Sabrina had a very outstanding record, subduing many runaway Pokémon. And her family also has a very high status in Saffron City. Normal Sabrina things are very few people can control. This time, she was only a little harsher in the challenge of the gymnasium. But no one would say anything after Allah's a gym trainer. Sabrina is still qualified, which determines the difficulty of the gym challenge. There are more than 8 gyms in the Kanto region. At the same time, Saffron City's gymnasium badge is rare. And it will also make people feel the power of this gymnasium, thereby stabilizing the hearts of Saffron City. Xiaogang is worthy of being the man who used to be the head of the gymnasium. So he quickly detoured and analyzed the twists and turns clearly. Arthur also nodded slightly, approving Xiaogang's words. Indeed, today's Saffron City needs a powerful gym trainer to give everyone hope and confidence. What's more, that matter is not Sabrina's problem. Not to mention that Sabrina's family itself has great influence in Saffron City. Not to mention, that itself is a large-scale invasion of the Rockets. And Sabrina Gymnasium owner also played it doesn't have much effect. And even if Elite comes, it may not be able to keep the original Huruf group. Even if Alliance wants to blame Sabrina, it can't blame Sabrina but with Ash's character. If he doesn't get the Saffron badge, we'll never give up. Right? Arthur asked again curiously. Give up after 3 failures, is that still Ash? Although Ash is not as good as Crimson in terms of record, but he still has a tenacious character, which will not change. The more difficult the gym, the more Ash will not give up. I won't give up. Ash touched the back of his head in embarrassment, however. I plan to get other badges first, and then challenge the Saffron Gym at the end. Not once or twice, even if it is 10 times 10 times. I will still challenge. Speaking of the latter, Ash's expression also became extremely resolute. One thing to say, although Ash has a lot of slots, but there are still a lot of flash points. And the spirit of never give up like this is something that countless trainers don't have. Asking for flowers if it is a normal trainer. After failing the challenge, he may choose to give up. After all, there are not only a few gyms in the Kanto region. If you can't challenge the Saffron Gym, then just challenge other gyms. Their goal is to collect 8 badges. But there is no hard requirement. You must have a Saffron badge. Even some perseverant trainers will choose to give up after 2 or 3 failures in the challenge. After all, the failure of the challenge in the Saffron Gymnasium is not just a failure, but also being turned into a doll. 0. Normal people will probably collapse after changing a few times. Right, but Ash was different. He actually wanted to challenge Sabrina again, and even declared that he would challenge Sabrina 10 times and 20 times. What a crazy speech. But Arthur did not doubt Ash's determination, even if it was he who thought Ash was bound to make it. I will not challenge the 8th gym other than this one, even if I can't participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference in the end. It is no exception, Ash continued to add. Arthur nodded slightly when he heard the words. But should he do something, such as call Giovanni and tell him not to hand over the Viridian badge to Ash? So that Ash is not only short of one badge but two. So that he also it won't be a pity soon. Arthur also shook his head and got this idea out of his mind. This is really too devilish. Anyway, Ash is also his friend. And he doesn't cheat friends like this. Then what about you? Then Arthur looked at Zyoging and Misty with a strange expression. They probably want to continue to be dolls too, at that time. We will accompany Ash to Saffron City. But we will not go in if we challenge the gymnasium. Misty also said with a wry smile. Until now, they are full of fear of the Saffron Gym. The time when they turned into dolls was really too shadowy for them. They are already loyal enough to be willing to accompany Ash to Saffron City. In this regard, Arthur also nodded slightly. The behavior of Misty and Zyoging is beyond reproach. And they were indeed pitted miserably. By the way, what about you? What badge did you get? Ash asked Arthur again. Well, I got all the badges you got. And I also got the May 17 Saffron badge. Arthur said with a smile. Ash exploded instantly. He challenged 3 times in a row, but failed to challenge the gymnasium successfully. Arthur succeeded in the challenge. He asked quickly, how many times have you challenged? Arthur would understand if it took several challenges to succeed. It succeeded once, it should be luck. Arthur said non-committally. Ash was speechless. Agena succeeded in 1 attempt. Is the gap so big? However, Misty and Zyoging didn't feel anything about it. With Arthur's strength, it seems normal to get the Saffron badge right after all. His strength is indeed much stronger than Ash and the others. So what about Pokémon? After that, did you tame any Pokémon? Immediately afterwards, Ash asked again hastily. It's not that he doesn't know the ways of the world, but only when he regards the other party as a true friend. Will he compare with the other party? It's like he and Gary normal. And they're always going to have S*X Pokémon. I didn't continue to subdue Pokémon. Arthur said with a smile, in my opinion. The most important thing is to raise the current Pokémon breeder. As for other Pokémon, it must also be cultivated after that. It's time to think about it. Arthur's idea is very good. But this may cause you to have insufficient lineup depth in the Indigo Plateau Conference. And thus be targeted, Zyoging nodded approvingly. He appreciated Arthur's attitude of being responsible for his Pokémon. But he still couldn't help reminding. If there are only a few of Arthur's Pokémon, it is easy to spot this, and then choose to restrain his target in the lineup. That's only if they are strong enough. Arthur said with a confident look on his face. And my lineup is quite complete. Seeing Arthur like this, Zyoging didn't know what to say. Indeed. According to the rookie trainer who started in the first year, Arthur was already quite outstanding. He also didn't know to what extent Arthur's strength would grow after a few months. Maybe he really has a chance to get a very high ranking in the first year. Several people were sitting by the river, fishing and chatting again. The time passed quickly, however. When the sun was about to set, there was a bang in the distance, and the loud noise came from far and near. When the 4 people heard this sound, they turned their eyes over. That's it. They saw thick smoke billowing in the valley in the distance. Apparently something happened. It should be someone from the poaching organization. Let's go and have a look, Arthur said in a low tone when he heard the words. During this period, the rocket's behavior became more and more low-key, putting more energy on the development of Whirl Islands, the Mutuo project, and the cooperation with the Etha Foundation. Other evil organizations have also become rampant. Many of them think that the rockets are afraid. They can take this opportunity to occupy the territory that originally belonged to the rockets. Even the evil organizations in other regions have begun to reach out to the Kanto region and the Johto region. Okay, Ash didn't hesitate and took the lead and ran over. Obviously something happened over there, and he couldn't just sit back and ignore it. In a valley on the other side, a group of Pokémon hunters in special uniforms are bombarding the lake in front of them with their weapons. Boss, is there really no problem with such a big movement? I heard that the trainer in Fuchsia City's gymnasium is pretty good. A woman said to the leader man with an X printed on his clothes while operating the instrument in her hand. If those Interpulsar Alliance investigators were here, they would definitely be able to identify him. The famous Hunter X. He is also the senior executive of the Pokémon Hunter organization. This is a group of werewolves who can do anything as long as you give them money. They have no conscience, no moral restraints, and they put their own interests first, regardless of the life and death of others in Pokémon. For Trainer and Pokémon, it is an organization more evil than Team Rocket. And there are 25 code hunters like him, each of whom is a famous Pokémon hunter. And they are all evil existences. This time, the organization sent us here to take the lead. The first match is to do a good job, Hunter X said with a soft snort. This time I came to the Kanto region to develop business. But I finally applied for it. Now the Rockets have been hit by the Alliance, and it seems that they are no longer able to survive. As long as our first deal is successful, and our reputation will be established later. Then this Kanto region is what our hunter organization says. Hunter X said enthusiastically. Their Pokémon hunter organization is almost all over the world. In the past, there were no people in Kanto region and Johto region. But latter because of the rise of the Rockets, they were hit several times. And finally, they could only leave these two regions in despair. But now, the Rockets committed suicide and were suppressed by the Alliance. How could this prevent the hunters from getting excited? If you just poach Pokémon, Alliance won't care about anything otherwise. The Hunter Organization, the largest poaching organization in the world, might have been attacked by Alliance long ago. Are you okay if you haven't seen them? He even has stable business deals with those big families in Alliance. 23 But this time the Rockets are different. They not only want to make money, but also want to rebel. You said Alliance, can you just sit idly by? In addition to the Hunter Organization, there are many people who are eyeing the legacy of the Rockets. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that all of this is Team Rocket's plan. Since they want to change their roles, Team Rocket can no longer continue to do things like poaching Pokémon. At least poaching wild Pokémon, understand. At the same time, they also need to continue to crack down on these evil organizations, so as to give people a feeling that the Alliance is not dealing with these guys. They are coming from the Rockets, so that the Rockets can be recognized by more people. But is there really a Dratini here? The people on the side also asked curiously. Yes, there was indeed a Dratini here at the beginning. But it was later discovered that its bloodline was not very pure, and its father was just an ordinary Golduck. The talent is not very good. Alliance didn't take it away, but kept it as a gimmick in the wilderness area, attracting countless people to try their luck. Hunter X said disdainfully, we don't need to care about Dratini's talent. A Pokémon like Dratini, even if the talent is not good, is still very valuable. Indeed, Dratini is a quasi-god. In terms of appearance, it is still very good. The most important thing is that Dratini is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is simply a natural air conditioner. If you wear it around your neck, you don't need to worry about the temperature. It is simply the most famous brand in the world. Face scarf. Under the command of Hunter X, countless high-temperature incendiary bombs were continuously flung out by them and landed on the lake. And as the high-temperature incendiary bombs exploded on the lake, countless water system Pokémon ran directly to the water, turning their belly up, as if they had lost their fighting ability at the same time. The lake water will also heat up and evaporate rapidly with the explosion of the incendiary bomb, and the water level will drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Hunter X's appearance, he was not in the slightest shocked by such a thing, but instead looked familiar. Obviously, he did not do such things less. Roar, however. Hunter X's actions angered the other Pokémon in the lake, and soon 5 Gyarados came out of the waterward, and then aimed at these Pokémon hunters, launching their own attacks. Gyarados are extremely difficult to provoke Pokémon, and sometimes even if you provoke one, You will provoke 10 litters. It seems that it sensed the anger of Gyarados here, and many Gyarados nearby surrounded them one after another. The attacks of Destroying Death Beam Twister and Hydro Pump were sprayed out by the Gyarados. Faced with these attacks, Hunter X did not panic at all. He threw the Pokémon ball in his hand, and a Metagross appeared in front of them. When Metagross saw Gyarados attack, he didn't panic in the slightest. He just set up an invisible light screen in front of him. Gyarados' attacks landed on the light screen and were blocked one after another. Crack click. Even if there was a slight crack in the light screen, it still didn't affect Metagross and the Pokémon hunters behind it. The Metagross of the old 737 is really powerful. The younger brothers on the side couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Quasi-gods. This kind of Pokémon is a dream Pokémon for normal people. It's not like they haven't caught Quasi-gods before. But these Pokémons can't be distributed to them. Isn't it good to sell it for money? Hearing the compliments from the younger brothers, Hunter X also showed a smile on his face. As a code-named Pokémon Hunter, a Quasi-god will be allocated within the organization as a combat power and reward. It's not how good the Pokémon Hunter organization treats its subordinates. But compared to a Quasi-god, these Pokémon Hunters can create greater profits. Normal people can't become code hunters. Only those who contribute to the organization and reach a certain level can become code hunters. It's not that Metagross is too strong, but these Gyarados are too weak. Although he was very happy, Hunter X said. However, he is not self-effacing. The strength of this Metagross is indeed not as powerful as these little brothers boasted. I have spent a lot of effort and resources to cultivate it over the years. And now it is nothing more than a gym-level Pokémon. There is no way while the Quasi-god has a strong talent. The growth cycle is indeed too slow. And only some cheaters can upgrade the Quasi-god to the final evolution type in one go. Well, when you think about it, it's understandable that Ash's record with Goodra isn't that great. You let a Quasi-god that takes years to evolve completely within a few months. So are you sure there is really no problem? After the Gyarados round of attacks ended, the Pokémon hunters also released their own Pokémon to fight with Gyarados. Although many Pokémon hunters prefer to use thermal weapons, the power of thermal weapons is also limited. Those powerful thermal weapons are very expensive, and the value of the Pokémon you capture will not be as high as the consumption of the weapons you use. I didn't see those guys in Team Rocket. And if they wanted to make trouble, they wouldn't use bombs or anything. Instead, they let those Pokémon do self-destruct. Facing these well-trained Pokémon, the Gyarados quickly fell into a disadvantage. If there were not many Gyarados rushing around, I am afraid that they would lose in a short while. Life in the wild wilderness area is really too comfortable. Even the combat effectiveness of the Gyarados is not very good. And those Pokémon hunters are still attacking the lake with incendiary bombs. And even a lot of water system Pokémon were directly roasted under the scorching heat. However, in the face of these situations, these Pokémon hunters have no mercy at all. And their consciences have been lost the moment they become Pokémon hunters. It wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. They were nothing more than a group of worthless miscellaneous fish. In their eyes, there are only valuable Pokémon that can be sold at a high price. And worthless trash fish. As for those trash fish, no matter how many Diathy will have no mercy. That should be an incendiary bomb. Those guys should be a Pokémon poaching organization tilde. Xiaogang observed the battlefield from a distance and analyzed. So they are the Rockets. Ash thought of those poaching organizations, and immediately thought of the Rockets. There's no way. Whoever made the Meowth trial was too impressed. In Ash's little mind, organized crime equals Team Rocket. Who let those Rockets come to grab their own Pokémon at every turn? Did you see those Team Rockets following you all the way? Really hurt Pokémon? Arthur glanced at Ash speechlessly. How it seems that there really isn't one. Ash thought for a while and said, although the Meowth trio often make troubles and want to steal their own Pokémon, they don't seem to be particularly bad people. and they have never really hurt their own Pokémon. And these people, no matter whether they kill people or kill Pokémon, they will not feel the slightest pressure. Arthur's expression also became serious when he said this. Have Pokémon hunters come to the Kanto region Tusk? It seems that these guys are not optimistic about the rockets. They want to seize the market now. However, this group of people must not let Feng go easily. Ashway minute these guys are different from the rockets. Don't hold back, Xiao Gang said to Ash in a serious tone. As a gym trainer, also fought against Pokémon hunters. But they were all small characters. But he also knows how evil these guys are. The higher the status of the Pokémon hunter, the more bad things he has done in fact. At first, Xiaogang wanted to remind Ash to be careful about those guys directing Pokémon, or using hot weapons to sneak attack Ash himself. But considering Ash's physical fitness enough to fight Pokémon hand-to-hand, Xiaogang chose to remain silent, letter 3005OKOY. Hearing Xiaogang's advice, Ash's expression became solemn. He will never forgive those who hurt Pokémon. Leave the letter to me. Arthur also, Zhao Hao said suddenly. Arthur, are you confident, originally? Xiaogang wanted to face the leading Pokémon hunter by himself. Although most of his Pokémon remained in the gym, he kept one beside him just in case, for one thing. I may not be the opponent's rival, but the gap is not too big. And there should be no problem if it drags on for a while. Whether you are confident or not, you have to fight to know. But I have confidence in myself and my Pokémon. Arthur's face showed a confident look, which also made Ash and the others subconsciously want to believe him. As if any problem could be easily solved in front of him. Arthur's heart is not very comfortable, and his heart is full of raging anger in his eyes. This kind of Pokémon hunter is no different from Chop Suey. It's a pity to know that there are other people around. It's not easy for Afei to show you otherwise. He would definitely torture these bastards to death. When Arthur and the others started to act, Hunter X and the others became excited. Because with their continuous efforts, a snake-shaped Pokémon also floated on the lake because of losing the ability to fight. This Pokémon is exactly Dratini. The actions of those Pokémon hunters on the shore. How could it not know, but these guys are really too scary. The young Dratini dare not come out at all. I can only shiver at the bottom of the lake, however. Under the action of the continuous incendiary bombs, more than half of the lake water has evaporated at this moment. And the rest of the lake water has also turned into boiling water. Even if Dratini has the ability to control the temperature. But when faced with such boiling water, there was no other way. And after Bide couldn't help losing consciousness, he floated directly to the lake to save his body. Boss Dratini finally came out. The younger brother 393 on the side showed an excited look. No matter how bad this Dratini's talent is, it can still be sold for a sky-high price. Even if they can only get a part of it, it is still enough for them to spend lavishly for a year. It's not just that, Hunter X said with a sneer. Just after its words fell, the originally boiling lake surface also began to spin crazily. A dragon chant came out of the water surface, and then a light blue figure emerged from the water surface. Like Dratini, it is also in the shape of a water snake. Compared with Dratini, its body seems to be much larger, with small sharp horns on its head, and a blue orb around its neck. There are rumors that Dragonair it is by this orb that the weather is controlled. Dragonair was originally a very docile Pokémon, but this time it is also a complete rage. These humans are simply crazy, it's Dragonair. Seeing the appearance of Dragonair, the other Pokémon hunters went crazy. They didn't worry about what the enraged Dragonair could do to them. If the opponent had the strength, they would have already fought out. So why would they hide in and be a coward? Dragonair didn't appear until Dratini was blown out by them. And Dragonair is clearly regarded as the inevitable Pokémon by them at the moment. This is also a buy one get one free, sure enough. The original Dratini has also evolved into a Dragonair. Hunter X showed a wise look on his face, That Dratini is obviously just born not long ago. Obviously it cannot be a few decades old, the Dratini. And decades have passed its strength cannot be only that. If there is no Dratini then we can think it has left. But since there is Dratini here, then there must be its parents here. Listening to Hunter X's analysis, the others couldn't help feeling that the boss is indeed the boss. And he can analyze so many things just by seeing Dratini. At the same time, they are more immersed in the joy of being able to capture Dratini and Dragonair. Unfortunately, there seem to be no other Dratini and Dragonair here. Which is a pity, side AFC. And the Dragonair on the opposite side was caught in a deep anger at the moment. And even hid like this, the other party still refused to let them go. It really bullied the dragon too much. It directly uttered a dragon cry and charged towards Metagross. Venusaur used the Sun Flame on the other side. Arthur directly chose to launch an attack from a distance, because those Pokémon hunters gathered a large number of incendiary bombs before. The surrounding temperature became extremely high. Even if Sunny Day was not used, the stamen of Venusaur gathered enough energy in an instant to aim at the Hunter X. It was an attack on the past Houndoom flamethrower. Hunter X over there seemed to have known that someone was going to attack them, and once again released a Pokémon Bala Big Black Dog, and directly spit out a hot flame to meet the sun flames. Sure enough, it's very strong. Looking at Venusaur's sun and flames, he didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Houndoom's flamethrower. You must know that even if the fire element restrains the grass element, it is an indisputable fact that the skill power of Sunshine Flame is higher than that of Flamethrower. It can be seen that the strength of the opponent's Houndoom is even higher than that of Venusaur. Onix used the Rolling Stones. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, Starmie used the Hydro Pump. At the same time, Ash and the others launched a sneak attack one after another. They couldn't wait. How can these guys accept such inhumane behavior against Pokémon? Especially Misty. You must know that most of these dead Pokémon are Water-type Pokémon. How can this be tolerated, Hunter X? Come to your senses. Arthur had already recognized the other party's identity at this moment, and he was determined to kill in his heart. If they are captured and handed over to the Alliance, they will probably be released in a short time. So let's destroy them all in advance. Arthur has already started to get serious. Compared to that Granny Silver, Hunter X deserves death in Arthur's heart. Even if Grandma Silver doesn't take Pokémon seriously, she won't kill them with Sale-san otherwise. She would after Tentacruel their revenge was gone. But these people really treat Pokémon as nothing. Such a thing Arthur absolutely cannot bear. Eevee Water Pulse facing Houndoom's flamethrower. Arthur decisively let Eevee attack Houndoom, Bowie. Eevee naturally won't hold back when facing these malicious humans, especially Pokémon like Houndoom. It remembers that it and Pichu were chased by a Tilda Houndoom in Viridian Forest back then killed it. Both it and Pichu were seriously injured at the time. Seeing a Houndoom now, how can Eevee not be furious? 30 years in the river and 30 years in the river. Mo Yubuxia, it's not the Eevee it used to be anymore. F *** K the damn B *** D. Eevee's sudden attack did not frighten Houndoom, but spit up again and greeted Water Pulse with a flame. What can an Eevee do? Neither Hunter X nor Houndoom are taking Eevee seriously. Eevee isn't this a cash machine, this kind of Eevee. If you catch one you can sell it for a high price. Those young masters and ladies still like Pokémon like Eevee very much. What they didn't expect was that Eevee's Water Pulse could compete with Houndoom's flamethrower. Not good. Hunter X's expression changed slightly at this moment. The two Pokémon he released before. Houndoom was restrained by Eevee, and Metagross was dealing with the Dragonair. Dragonair's strength is not very strong, even though it is not young's. But due to the relationship between talent and resources, strength is the same thing. However, at this time, Dragonair seemed to be desperate, and Metagross was also restrained by Dragonair. At this time, if the boy attacked him, he would definitely be in tragedy. He quickly took out another Pokémon ball. Just as Hunter X thought. When Houndoom was restrained by Eevee, Venusaur launched another attack like that. The sun and flames gathered momentum and blasted towards Hunter X. Facing a villain like Hunter X, Arthur would not care whether the opponent is human or not, and let Pokémon directly attack Humansis is immoral. The existence of the other party is immoral in itself. But just when the Sunshine Flame was about to hit Hunter X, a huge snake-shaped figure stood in front of him, abruptly blocking Venusaur's Sunshine Flame. The code names of these code hunters are not Cowrie's constant. Arthur looked vaguely at a spaceship beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It must have been successful, right? Water type, fire type, fighting type, ground types. These are all attributes that can restrain Steelix. But Arthur doesn't seem to have a suitable Pokémon to deal with Steelix. Right, if even Hunter X could take out elite Pokémon, then the world would have become full of elites long ago. And the Rockets would no longer be the opponent's rival. Okay, Misty took a deep breath. These Pokémon hunters are not easy to deal with. But as Zyoging said, they can only fight at this time. And what Pokémon hunters are best at is not Pokémon fighting, but various high-tech. Zyoging said that at this time who didn't want to talk to Ash, and turned to look at Misty, who was aside, and said, "We must make a quick decision. Arthur won't last long, another gym-level Steelix." Arthur curled his lips, and he was constantly analyzing the strength of the Pokémon Hunter organization in his mind. It seems that the opponent does not have an elite-level Pokémon on him. But this is also reasonable, after all he is only Hunter X. And there are more than 20 code-named hunters in front of him. Seeing this scene, even Arthur curled his lips. Sure enough, the skill Sunshine Flames is poisonous, and every time he uses it there will be accidents. It did not achieve the original expectation, but his purpose has never been Hunter X. The Hunter organization will rank these hunters once a year based on their strength and previous contributions. And Hunter X is obviously relatively low. What kind of Pokémon is this? Ash looked at the huge snake-shaped Pokémon, then looked at Zyoging's Onix, and couldn't help complaining, it's similar to Zyoging's Onix. It turns out that Onix can still evolve. Ash showed a look of sudden realization. Seeking flowers. Then there was a slight smile on the corner of Arthur's mouth. Chapter 200 since it was put on the shelves. It has been updated almost every day. I am a little tired, but I am still very happy in my heart. The friends are very good. The results of this book are quite good. Next, the author will continue to maintain this amount of updates, even after the code words are over. Every day is very late. And there is no time to play. And there is no time for friends to find the author to have a barbecue and drink beer. Zero, Steelix, it's the evolution of Onix. Zyoging also looked at Steelix with a solemn expression. This is not a Pokémon easy to deal with. Judging by its momentum, it is definitely a gym-level Pokémon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.